Hello, everyone. Okay, then Miami Marby, we're going to get started with you. I'm shuffling the cards right now. Go ahead and ask your question and then pick a pile between 1 and 3. And I'm going to go ahead and make a list really quick. Okay, I'm almost done finishing up the list. Miami Marby, go ahead and pick a pile between 1 and 3. Three, okay. Okay, now go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 33. Okay. Okay, go ahead and pick one more between 1 and 32 just so I can kind of get a little bit more insight behind this. Hi Cosmo, hi Farheen. I'm doing good, how about you? Okay. Okay, so with the first card you picked, we have the Nine of Swords, and that one is all about kind of like feeling kind of like restless, kind of like you may be a little having not like necessarily fear, but kind of scared and anxious just as far as like just with how pregnancy is, because it's a lot. It really is a lot. I know what that's like because I have a 3-year-old myself, and I'm pregnant right now too, and it's a lot. It really is. So it seems like you're gonna have some nights where you're kind of like you may be having a hard time sleeping, or just kind of like thinking about, like, you may find yourself thinking about not the worst, but of the kind of like the bad sides of it, of what it kind of may bring you, and it kind of that may kind of keep you up at night sometimes. And don't let those feelings weigh you down at all. And then it seems like you're gonna also be intuitively thinking a lot too. So I'm not sure if you have kids or if this is your first one, but it seems like you may be kind of like relying on experience from others or your own experience as far as these thoughts that you have as far as when you're pregnant, if that makes sense. These cards don't necessarily represent being pregnant at this time. These ones are more emotional feelings and using your intuition, if that makes sense. So if you're not right now, the High Priestess, this one is all about being intuitive. And this one does have like a signs of potential pregnancy soon. But with the intuition, like this card is all about intuition. So it's like when you are, or when you do become, if you're not already, you're gonna know it. Like you're gonna, like there's gonna be something off, because it seems like you kind of like you may know your cycles and how it works exactly. So you're definitely gonna know when the time is if you're not already. I hope that makes sense. And yeah, there's a list. I'm gonna add it right now. Let me put a list right now. I hope that makes sense to Miami Marby. Let me know if you have any questions about it. And then I'll be right with you, Bing Tan. Let me just put the list up really quick. Oh, okay. Yeah, there's a list. I'm adding it right now. Let me just add everybody that's right here. Thank you, Farheen. I'm about to update the list right now. And Justin, no, the readings are free, but it's only $3 if you want to skip the line. Hi, Cynthia. Okay, this should be the list right now. Okay. Okay, so then the Miami Marby. So with like pretty much to sum up the rest of your reading, overall it seems like this is kind of telling you that when you do get pregnant, it may be a little bit rough for you, and not as far as medically, but it seems like emotionally. Like it just seems like it's kind of gonna like you may find yourself like in your feelings a lot, and try not to let it get to you too much, just because the fact that it is a lot to handle, and everybody's experience is different. But I mean, it does put like there's a lot of changes you go through, and that seems like that's why you may be feeling some type of way or find yourself in your feelings, because there's a lot of physical changes, emotional changes, and there's just it's overall like it's a lot, like the appointments, everything, like you never know what to expect, if that makes sense. There's a lot of testing and that kind of stuff. Like try not to let it get to you, because it's all just kind of like routine stuff, if that makes sense. Yeah, I hope that makes sense. but that's what it seems like. You may find yourself kind of like emotionally like finding it overbearing in a way, if that kind of makes sense. 'Cause it is a lot. I'm not gonna lie, it is a lot, especially with like the whole like COVID thing that's going on right now. It's just a lot. Because even like right now, I know because I'm expecting two, and with how it is now, you can only like you can't even have anybody with you at your appointments. You're pretty much going by yourself, and it's a lot, especially if you haven't been before. It's like the type of thing that you would want somebody there to be with you, and like you literally can't have anybody unless it's like an anatomy scan to find out the gender, or like when you deliver, and like that's a lot. Like I find it like kind of overwhelming too sometimes. So it's kind of like keep that in mind. It's like a lot of factors play into it, not just like your emotionally how it's taking a toll on you, but just like everything adds up, if that makes sense. Thank you for your question. Okay, thank you, Justin. I got that. Okay, so Justin donated, so we're gonna get to Justin, and then we'll take you after Bington. Okay, Justin. So go ahead and ask your question, and then pick a pile between 1 and 3. Anytime, the Miami Marby. Okay, let me shuffle these cards one last time, just so we can have a fresh start. Okay, Justin, now go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 29. Okay, Justin, so it seems like with the cards you picked, you have the Two of Pentacles here. And this card is all about, like, kind of like, feeling like they're like kind of in the middle of like a balancing act, if that makes sense. And it's not necessarily a bad thing. Like, don't look at it as a bad thing. It just seems like the feelings they have towards you, they're trying to make space to add it on to their life they have, like everything they have going on right now, whether it's school or work, or they have like, a family, whether it's like anything like around that. Because it seems like they're the type of person that wants to give you their all when it comes down to it. They don't want to sit here and like, um, kind of put like try to like put up this front where they can give you their all, but they're really not doing it. Because like if you ever think about it, like when you're doing great in one area, there's always another area that's lacking. So it seems like they're trying to do this balance thing where they're capable of balancing everything. So there should definitely be like, don't think that this is a bad thing. Like I said, it just seems like they're the type of person that really wants to give you their all and make sure that everybody's happy at the same time, if that makes sense. This is a great card because the fact that they care to balance it out, and they're not trying to take on too much at once. So if this is like a connection, don't be surprised if it's kind of moving like a little slow, like kind of like like think slow and steady wins the race type of energy, if that makes sense. Because it seems like they may have like kind of like a lot on their plate right now, and they're capable of balance. Sorry, but Like I said, they really want to make sure they're giving you their all too. And they're also capable to like adapting too. And they do kind of know that, not in a bad way, like I said, that this relationship might kind of need some effort, just because of the fact that, you know, if they have a lot going on or if you have a lot going on, they understand that, and they're not steering away from this connection, if that makes sense. And they're also kind of being careful to make sure they don't like neglect you either. So if they're like, you know, kind of like I said, kind of take this as slow and steady energy, because it seems like they're kind of like trying to like, they're taking a closer look at their life right now and kind of see what they can do with and without, you know, like what's kind of like not serving them, so they can make room. Not even necessarily just make room for you, but make sure that they can make room to give you enough time for the both of you. Because like I said, they're the type of person that really wants to give you like 100% of them, you know? They don't want to do this back and forth with you. Like, you know, like some days you're getting a lot of energy from them, some days you're not. And if they're doing that right now with you, just know that they're trying to change that. Okay, I'm glad it does. Thank you for your question. It just seems like right now they're just kind of trying to balance everything out. Okay, I'm adding you guys to the list right now. And Bingtan, you're up right now. Anytime, Justin. Thank you. Let me update the list really quick. Okay, Bingtan, let me shuffle these cards. Go ahead and pick a pile between 1 and 3. Hello, Dipti. Yeah, I can add you as well. Okay, Bingtan, now go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 26. Okay, so you picked the Page of Pentacles, and this card is all about, overall, like the energy this card ever gives, like any page card is like new beginnings. So with that being said, as long as you keep doing what you're doing, this is a yes. Because this is like a very positive card that usually, like, it typically represents like disciplined. So kind of like, make sure you just keep doing what you're doing. As long as you are, and you're not like, not messing around, but as long as you know you're keeping your eye on the prize, if that makes sense. And you're making sure you're staying attentive, and you know, you're utilizing your skills as best as you can, you're definitely going to, if that makes sense. Because this is represents a new opportunity for you. So keep that in mind. Like, that means as long as you keep doing what you're doing, there's a lot in store for you after this graduation. Thank you for your question, Bington. I hope that makes sense. Hello, Nikki. Hi, Pixie. Hi, Priya. Yeah, I'm gonna update the list right now. Okay, thank you, Bangtan. I'm glad it does. And then next up is going to be Bezra. And I'm going to update the list one more time. Okay, is Bezra still here or Ashima? Okay. What about Christina or Blue Butterfly? I'm just going to keep moving down the list, and if you guys pop back in, we could just squeeze you back in. Okay, thank you, Bezra, for letting me know you're here. Okay, Bezra, let me shuffle these cards really quick, and then go ahead and pick a pile between 1 and 3. Alright, thank you, Christina. You'll most likely be going next. Okay. After I'm done with Bezra, next up will be Christina and Blue Butterfly. If Ashima doesn't, let me know that they're here. Hi, Priya. Yeah, I'll answer your question when it comes to your turn. And then whenever you're ready, Bezra, just pick a pile between 1 and 3 so we can answer that question for you. Hello, Anthony. Yeah, I can add you to the list. Are you still here, Bezra? Okay, I'm gonna wait about like 15-20 more seconds for Bezra, and then if not, we can just move on to you, Christina, if you're ready. Hi, Jazz. Yeah, let me add you guys too. Okay, Christina, go ahead and pick a pile between 1 and 3, and then ask your question. I'm doing good. How about you? Okay, pile 3. Now go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 28. Okay, that's cool. That's cool to know you're from Greece. Okay, nice. Okay, so Christina, for the cards you picked, you have the Ten of Pentacles, and this is all about like kind of like efforts finally coming to like a coming to a not necessarily to an end, but like getting to that finish line, which obviously when it comes to you guys making love, that's definitely like a finish line as far as when it comes to, you know, reaching a certain milestone once you're finally with somebody. And it seems like this is going to be very like successful, and also it seems like there's going to be a lot of satisfaction on both sides, and this is going to build like this isn't just going to be good intimately, but it seems like this is going to kind of set the tone for like solid, like it's going to be so good, it's going to set the tone for like solid foundation, security, and just overall happiness as far as the whole connection and relationship goes. So you can definitely expect this to be like to go very successful, but also be extremely satisfying. Because this card is all about, oh yeah, it's definitely going to be passionate. And this is going to bring like a lot of contentment for both of you, if that kind of makes sense. Because this is all about like just finally getting to where you guys both want to be. And just like, it seems like it's going to be very, it's like, it's going to come kind of like, it kind of like one of those, like, it may be like in the heat of the moment, like very like intimate and passionate, if that makes sense, when it finally does happen. Because it seems like you guys have been putting in all this effort and working pretty hard to get here. So when it finally does happen, there's going to be like a lot of satisfaction, and not just like, you know, intimately, but you know, emotionally too. Like I said, it's going to take you guys to like the next level. Yeah, see, and even then, like everybody knows, you know, when you let it build up for a while, it's just so much more satisfying when it finally happens. Let me see. As far as a time frame, with the Ten of Pentacles, this card, like typically with this, let me see, the energy could kind of be like, here, you picked pile 3, right? Go ahead and pick one more card between 1 and 27 to kind of give you like a between this time and this time type of time frame, because I don't like to set specific time frames, because some people, like especially when situations like this where it's been building up for a while and it's spontaneous energy, it could be a little bit spontaneous. So I can like, I'd rather give you like an in-between type time frame so you can like expect the unexpected, you know? Okay, the High Priestess. See, this is a lot of spontaneous energy still. So it seems like no later than the winter, because it seemed like this is kind of taking slow. It's going to happen before that, but with this High Priestess card, this is all about intuition and kind of like setting the tone. So it seems like it's going to happen. Like I said, it's going to be like one of those in the heat of the moment type things. So it's going to definitely happen, but no, it's like, it's definitely going to happen like within, like I said, no later than before the winter. That's kind of a long time to think about, but it's like with this other card you have here, this is all about, like I said, in the moment, like you're going to feel it. So just keep letting it build up, and when you feel it, just kind of be ready for it. So, just kind of be ready spontaneously, if that makes sense. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, it's definitely going to be passionate, especially with the spontaneous. So, kind of expect it to just lead up to something out of nowhere. Okay, yeah. I'm glad you understand. But with this card, intuitively, you're going to feel it. Like, you're going to kind of get an idea when it's going to happen, all right? Yeah, anytime, Christina. Thank you for your question. Okay, let me update the list really quickly. Hi, Mina. Okay, thank you, Kelly. I did get that. Yeah, let me update the list really quick. Okay, and then Blue Butterfly, we're going to come back to you right now. Kelly just donated, so let me go ahead and help her out. Let me shuffle these cards too. I'm going to update the list really quick though. Okay, Kelly, I'm going to shuffle these cards. Go ahead and start with the first question you want to ask, and then pick a pile between 1 and 3. Okay, hi Suhu. Yeah, I can add you as well. Okay, pile number 3. Go ahead now, Kelly, and pick a card between 1 and 27. Anytime, Suhu. Anyone? Okay. Okay. Oh yeah, also I forgot. So since you donated, go ahead and pick Go ahead and pick 4 more numbers between 1 and 26, Kelly. Hi, DT. Yeah, I can add you as well. Anytime. Okay, now let's get all these cards out so I can read them all at once. Okay. Okay, wow, these are some great cards. Okay, wow. This is great. Okay, so off the bat, I can already kind of tell, Kelly, between you and this Taurus, if this isn't a relationship now, it's definitely going to become one. If it's not already, and if it is already, then wow, this has a lot in store for it. Okay, so I'm gonna read you all your cards, and then I'll kind of go over them with you. So for the first card you picked, you have the Six of Cups, and that one's all about like having fun, kind of not worrying about things, not taking things too seriously, and kind of just like that childlike energy, when you just live day to day and don't really have any worries. And then you have the Queen of Pentacles, and that card is all about like the overall energy with that card is all about like prosperity and security. So like overall just like a lot of abundance, success, and even material security, not just security, like security in all aspects, but this one tends to focus on like materialistic items and material life. Then you have the Page of Pentacles, which is like then like represents a lot of new beginnings and new chapters in your life that are going to pretty much start. And then you have the Two of Cups, and that's like one of the greatest cards when it comes to relationships, because this card is all about like seeing eye to eye, like taking it, we're thinking for the future, thinking long term, as far as, and especially like this is like one of the most romantic cards there is. It's all about like harmonious energy. And then with the last one, you have the Two of Wands, and that one is all about kind of like um being like planning moving forward, being a little bit exploring overall. Like it overall means like a lot of progression, especially when it comes to goals and relationships. And it's all about, like I said, this energy, all of these cards together already speaks and says this is long term, and this is going to bring a lot of success and abundance in all aspects. So starting with the first one, let's kind of get a little bit deeper with the Six of Cups. So with the Six of Cups, like I said, that one's all about kind of like not living in the moment, but kind of like, just naive type happiness, and kind of like understanding and knowing that, and this could be on your side or their side, but it seems like the energy between the two of you and what happens between the two of you, like you may find you like each other, like when you guys talk to each other, kind of reminiscing in old times where you were like really happy as a kid, like kind of like those. It kind of focuses on the past, like it seems like you guys are going to bring out a lot of stuff that you guys may have forgot about, and like from past experiences that it during that time made you like really happy. And kind of like when you're a little bit more living in those moments, like these are going to bring up a lot of happy memories, if that makes sense, like a lot of reminiscing. And then when we move on to this Queen of Pentacles, like I said, with this one's all about overall like abundance and material security. So as far as when it comes to like the two of you and turning this into something, if it's not already, know that this is like very like stable energy. So as far as, like I said, if you guys aren't already, or if you guys are in the works of it, this is definitely going to be like one of those relationships where you guys can definitely count on one another. And they're really like, it seems like you have a lot to offer and bring into their life, and they see that, and you may be noticing that if you haven't already, because this is like, this card is all about definitely being on like the same wavelength, having like the same level of dedication, commitment, and ambition. Because this is all about considering the time that you guys have together and cherishing it, like thinking fully long term, trying to figure out how you guys can grow together, not just selfishly growing or wanting to selfishly grow. Like they care about making sure their goals are met, but they also want to make sure that your goals are like getting met too. And then with the next card, like I said, the Page of Pentacles, this one's all about new beginnings and new chapters in your life. And this is also with this energy, kind of know that, like I said, if you guys are in the works right now, that this is like a sign of good news, letting you know that as long as all the groundwork behind the scenes, you know, and you guys get to know each other fully and you guys understand everything, this is all about knowing that the finish line is like within sight. Like there's going to be success. And there's also like this card represents a lot of like ambitious, loyal, and like practical energy. So just kind of know that this is a very, like I said, long term, but also staying committed and dedicated at the same time. So as long as, you know, you guys can both do that, which seems like it shouldn't be a problem at all, especially with all this positivity, because it's a lot of excitement energy too. Because it seems like they're very excited too, and it seems like you may be feeling the same way. As long as you guys can stay like this with what you guys keep doing, what both of you guys are doing, there's success in the future for both of you. Because like I said, with this Two of Cups, this is like one of the best cards you can get when it comes to relationships, especially because this one is all about kind of like pledging how one feels for one another, and they care about overall, like there's a lot of attraction. I don't know if you know that now, but there's definitely a lot of attraction. There's definitely like a connection, and there's like mutual respect. Because this card usually is all about starting relationships if there's not one already, or mutually making sure everybody, like I said before, that this is all about seeing eye to eye. So they want to make sure, you know, your needs are being met, and not just like, you know, intimate needs, but like emotional needs. Like they care about you. They don't want to just like, they want to make sure you're happy on all levels, if that makes sense. Like they're going to be very communicative with you if they haven't already. And this is definitely kind of like letting you know that this partnership is going to keep building up, like the longer you guys talk and the longer you guys, you know, work on whatever it is that you guys have between you two. This is like a very strong energy that just keeps getting better and better. And then with the last card we have the Two of Wands, and with that one is all about progressing, like overall moving forward, planning, you know, thinking long term. Like I said, this is all about, like, that card is all about seeing the world in front of you. And especially if this, when it comes to applying it to like the two of you, they're seeing the world in front of them, and they're seeing the relationship that you guys have, or like the potential of it and what it could bring. And like pretty much like they're setting romantic goals, if that makes sense. And they're definitely making plans as far as when it comes to relationship, and they could see a future with you, and they're kind of like planning it out. Like they're seeing like a lot of long-term future plans with you. So just kind of kind of know that they're definitely gonna like the type of person to communicate with you, and they want to push together with you. Like they're not just focused on themselves, like I said. Because it seems like they do have goals, as far as like romantically what they're looking for, if that makes sense. Like they know what they want, because, you know, everybody's like that. It comes to a point where, you know, you've been through so many relationships, you kind of get an idea of what you want, and, you know, setting realistic standards, if that makes sense. But like lastly, just know that this card is like, this is like one of like the biggest signs that there's going to be commitment taken to the next level. So like I said, if this is a relationship or that hasn't became one yet, this is signs that it's definitely going to be taken to the next level, like pretty much like before you know it, if that makes sense. So keep envisioning this. If this is like something you want, which seems like great energy all the way around, keep envisioning it, like, because it's definitely going to happen, you know. But it's kind of like put out to the world what you want to receive, you know. Yeah, anytime, Kelly. So that's pretty much the reading for the first question. And then let me shuffle the cards, and then you can go ahead and ask your other question, and then pick a pile between 1 and 3 again. Hi, Farah. Thank you. I did get that. And yeah, Jazz, I can answer, or I can give you some insight when it gets to your turn. I'm going to update the lists after I'm done with Kelly. Kelly. Let me shuffle these. Thank you, Brown. I'm working with Kelly right now, Anthony. Or Tony, sorry. Okay, Kelly. And then again, just pick a pile between 1 and 3, and then we'll have you pick some cards from there. Okay. Okay, now go ahead and pick 5 numbers between 1 and 25. Okay, let's get into this. Okay, this is interesting. Alright, so when it comes like right off the bat with all of these cards that you picked, the energy with this is a little bit, it's kind of like a little bit different. Okay, so this one's kind of all about new beginnings, like, but there's potential for new beginnings, but hard work needs to be put into it. And also there's kind of like there may be some wishful thinking where it's kind of like it seems like you have a lot of choices right now. Like off the bat, it seems like you may have a lot of choices right now. And just kind of this kind of lets you know that as far as when it comes to those choices, some of them may be a little not deceitful, but some of them may be a little too good to be true. And as far as when it comes to with them, it seems like, not to say they're hiding something, but there may be something that's kind of beneath it all that you may not fully understand or have the full scope of. And with this Wheel of Fortune, this is kind of letting you know that things always come up, things go up, things go down. Like I said, with this potential for a new beginning, it seems like there's a potential for a connection here. But this one seems like there's a lot more hard work that needs to be put into it. And then also like with this last last card you have, the 8 of Cups. This one seems like I don't really like this card is like it's kind of like it's not a bad card. But it seems like there's some letting go that hasn't really been done yet and kind of like walking away. And so that's like the overall like the general part of it, but when we get into the first one, you have the 10 of Wands, and with that one is kind of like putting the effort you need into it and the hard work. Because it's like I said, there's definitely potential, but it seems like they may need to stop and examine their current lifestyle to kind of get an idea of where they could do and where they can do without and where they can keep, because it seems like there's a lot going on for them, like it may be related to their work life and stuff. And hold on, let me see these other cards. Let me just kind of like look at them. Okay, like this is kind of like this like the overall when I look at this card, it's kind of like it seems like they may be trying to take on right now a little bit too much that they can handle. Not to say they can't handle it, but they might end up finding it a little bit as a burden, or there may be kind of problems. Like it seems like they don't want to take this relationship for granted, if that makes sense. Like there's a potential here and they don't want to take it for granted. Because it's like, see, like the energy is so different with this one compared to the previous one. It's just kind of like they know that when you get into a relationship, there's a lot of responsibilities behind it. And, they may not be completely ready. So don't be surprised if they kind of focus. It seems like they may need to focus a little bit more on themselves before they could focus on the connection itself. Because they are the type of person that wants to give it their all, but they also don't want to set themselves up for failure, if that makes sense. So like with the next card, with the Seven of Cups, like I said, with that card, it's all about kind of like wishful thinking and having a lot to choose from. So it's like, that could go for you. I feel like it's more for you than it is for them. It seems like you have a lot to choose from as far as like when it comes to romantic decisions or choosing between connections. But it seems like, there's a lot of tempting choices you have right now. And a lot of them are kind of like they come off as very promising, but this is kind of like a sign and a message to you, letting you know to take your time and consider things carefully as far as to when it comes to you picking who you want to, like who you end up picking, if that makes sense. Because it seems like you may be the type of person that really wants some good communication, not just the relationship itself. Like you want to make sure that this is going to actually go somewhere and that you can actually be yourself and they could be themselves and you guys can communicate freely. So kind of keep that in mind. And also, this is kind of letting you know that don't be tempted to rush into a situation. Like don't let, lust or like infatuation guide you towards something, because if you do, it may not last for like, it may not work out like long run, if that makes sense. And also, this is kind of like for this card, lastly, it's telling you trust your instincts overall. Because if you're seeing any red flags or gut feelings like something's wrong, you're feeling like that for a reason. So don't ignore it. Like make sure you pay attention to that. Because it seems like you have a lot of tempting choices overall. But like I said, some of them may be kind of like too good to be true. So make sure you're kind of getting to really know them before you make a final decision. And then like with the next card, you have the Ace of Pentacles, and that one is all about, like I said, it represents like new beginnings, a lot of potential and like opportunities overall. So they definitely, like I said, they feel the same. They feel the same as far as like how they're feeling. They see a lot of new opportunities here for like the two of you. And this can also, like, this relationship does have a lot of promise. Like this is like loyal, like practical type of energy, if that makes sense. So don't think anything bad as far as when it comes to that. But this is also kind of knowing that with the first card especially, that hard work is gonna, may not hard work, but there may be a little bit more effort, time, and overall like yeah, I guess you could say a little bit of work, a little bit more work being put into this to make it, to bring out pretty much its full potential. So this is kind of like steady type of energy, but also it's going to be very reliable. And when it does, like when it finally comes into fruition, if you do choose to pick them, you're going to feel like very independent, and and it seems like they're kind of like the other person, like they want to work on thriving together and putting a lot into this relationship so that a lot could be brought out of it. Because this is like kind of like, it seems like if you do pick this one, you're going to be feeling like very lucky and kind of like, how did I end up with somebody like this, if that makes sense. But this is also letting you know that make sure you take care of your practical life as well, like don't just worry about the relationship aspects either. Because if you can manage everything and work on everything together, you guys are setting like the great foundation that you guys need to not only turn it into love, but to flourish together. And then with the Wheel of Fortune, this is a great card because this card is always kind of like letting you know this is kind of like it can mean destiny type of energy as long as you're playing your cards right, if that makes sense. Like this is all about taking chance, it represents a lot of changes, winning, opportunities being presented to you. And this card is all about like just having and telling you to be optimistic and have faith, because the universe is like, it seems like the universe is kind of testing you right now as far as all these choices. So it's like, just kind of understand and remember too, the universe is going to take care of your situation in the best way possible when it comes down to it. But this card is usually kind of like very lucky energy. So it seems like they may be feeling very lucky as far as when it comes to this connection with you. And there's definitely a chance for this to turn into something. Like, but don't be surprised too, because not in a bad way, but like, just kind of keep in mind that the wheel's always churning, you know, like these changes may be positive, but it seems like with this next card, it kind of lets you know that there may be something in the background, which kind of goes with that wishful thinking. Like, you know how I told you this person may not be, not in a bad way, all like, you may not know them completely yet. Like, you may not, like, you like have this lust like energy, like, you know, when like that you first get to know somebody, you don't really know everything, and they're like everything you could imagine, but it's like slowly, you know, some stuff may start to unravel beneath it, and you're like, dang, like, you know, I wish I knew that. It's like, it seems like that may be the type of energy with them. And it seems like if you find out anything, there may, that's, and that makes a lot more sense, because it seems like if you find out anything you don't really, not necessarily agree with, but you're kind of like, you know, kind of like makes you question this connection, that seems like that may lead to why there's going to be more effort that needs to get put into this in order for like this relationship to work out. Or there may even need to be some type of sacrifices depending on what's going on beneath it all. Because with this last card, you have the Eight of Cups, and that seems like they may be kind of going through some, like, a, not necessarily going through it, but they may have some emotional tolls that they've been through that may affect the way they are. But when they, as far as when it comes to this connection with you, they're looking at this as being a great time for change and transition. But that also means they have to walk away from whatever's making them feel the way that they're feeling right now. So, and that kind of makes sense, because, you know, it's kind of like when you're unhappy or you've been through some stuff, you need to kind of do some soul searching and kind of figure out who you are and what you want before you can really find that in a person. And it seems like they may be doing that as far as figuring them. It seems like they're like figuring themselves out, because it seems like they kind of went through some stuff and they know it's unfair to sit here and treat you any type of way just because they've been through some stuff with somebody else. So it seems like I said, and that makes sense, because overall the energy for this is putting, there may be a lot of effort that needs to get put into it. And that could mean not just the relationship as a whole, but it seems like they may need to work on themselves before they could fully give you them all. Or, yeah, before they could fully give you their all, because they want to make sure they're not treating you any type of way based off of their previous experiences. But they're definitely thinking like long term. So just kind of keep that in mind. This one is kind of a little bit more steady and room for improvement, and kind of making sure you know the full scope before you choose this person, if you do end up choosing them. Because there's potential for new beginnings, but there may be some aspects that need to be worked on first before it could really turn into something. I hope that makes sense. And thank you for your question. Hi, Rabeon. Yeah, I can add you to the list. And then thank you, Farah. I did get that. And hi, Denise. Okay, and then Blue Butterfly, Farah donated, so we're going to do Farah, and then we're going to get back to you. Let me shuffle these cards really quick, Farah. Yeah, anytime, Kelly. Thank you for your questions, and thank you for your donation as well. Farah, go ahead and pick a pile 2 between 1 and 3 while I shuffle the cards. Okay, thank you, Blue Butterfly. We'll be up with you next. Okay, Farrah, go ahead and pick a card now between 1 and 25 so we can get that answer for you. Yeah, I'm going to update the list after Farrah because when I put in the list, it only lets me put in a certain amount of characters, so I don't want to have it look like anybody's cut off, if that makes sense. Okay, fair, nice. So you have the Ace of Wands here. And this is a great card, especially when it comes to having kind of like projects, if that makes sense, or kind of like setting yourself out to try something, because it's all about like sprouting a wand, or like, look at it as when it comes to this beauty therapy, like therapist course you're talking about, it's kind of like letting you know, as long as you could plant this seed and take care of it and nourish it, that it's going to bring a lot of opportunities and potential, especially as far as when it comes to growing. And that means like in all aspects. Like this is kind of letting you know that this may be like some type of new passion or something that you really want to set out, and as long as you set like this new initiative in place and do what you have to do, you're going to find this like very exciting overall. And it kind of may be a little tiring sometimes, but know that, and especially right now if you're going through anything, like any type of what's it called, like not financial hardships, but kind of like just overall if you're struggling at all, this taking this path is gonna pretty much eliminate any type of struggles or even the potential for struggles, if that makes sense. So this is definitely like push your past to the side type of energy and kind of just do what you got to do to make it happen, because this is going to bring a lot of success and it's going to get rid of a lot of stress in your life if you have any right now. But this is like very exciting. So this is kind of letting you know, this is like a kind of like a sign that this is a breakthrough moment in your life. So as long as you can stay motivated and keep this inspiration that you have, then that's definitely going to reflect in your work, and it's going to bring you like the best abundance and future possible. So just remember that action is what helps you grow, though. Okay, see, and that makes sense because this is all about kind of like taking something that you've thought about and turning it into something that you want to do, if that makes sense. Like kind of setting the tone and putting your foot down to kind of change your situation for the better. Because this card overall, it tells you to follow your instincts. So if this is something that you've been dreaming about, this is letting you know like this is a great idea. You need to just do it. Like you just need to put your foot down and just do it. Because this is going to bring a lot of opportunities, and you're going to kind of feel that as you progress through it, and it's going to open up like a lot of, like I said, opportunities and potential for your life to get better and your future to be better. Not to say that it's not right now, but there's always room for improvement in anybody's life. So just know this, like overall, this is a great thing to do. It's going to bring you a lot of success. And lastly, like just as long as you use your energy to the best of your abilities, this is a great this is represents like a high growth for your career, if that makes sense. So just know, as long as you can prepare accordingly, there's a lot of potential for you, okay? So just keep doing what you're doing, honestly. Not as far as like what you're not happy with, but just keep the mindset of wanting to change the unhappiness into something that does make you happy, if that makes sense. Because that's what's going to get you to where you want to be. And thank you again, Farah. And you donated twice. Were you gonna ask a different question too? Anytime, Farah. Okay, so then I'm already shuffling the cards, so you can go ahead and ask the other question you have, and then pick a pile between 1 and 3 again. Okay. Okay, go ahead now and pick a card between 1 and 22. Okay, nice. So you have the Two of Wands here. And okay, so this is kind of interesting. So it seems like, as far as to how they feel, it seems like they're kind of realizing, um, they're they're taking in everything you said, and they're coming to this realization that you're looking for new beginnings. And also, it seems like they also understand that you're ready to plan and do what you need to do to achieve whatever you talk to them about. So, as far as with like the deeper side of it, it seems like this has to do with what you said. Like, I'm not sure if this has to do with it, but that's what I'm getting. It seems, because this card usually has to do with long-term goals and like your aspirations, and it seems like they're very respectful of that, and they kind of look at it as, they may be feeling like you're kind of like taking risks, but not in a bad way. It just seems like they just want to make sure you have your goal in your mind and you're capable of making it happen, because it kind of feels like they understand you want to move forward, but they also kind of feel like there may be some risks that happen or in place while you're moving forward, obviously, because when you take risks, it's always like you're leaving your comfort zone and you're exploring new territory, and that's what they're kind of looking at it as. But they also see this as a potential for adjustments to be made and commitment to be taken to the next level, because there's a lot of great promise as far as to what you told them. And they're also very supportive as far as envisioning what you want and what you told them. Yeah, and it seems like as long as you can keep this communication open, because they're very appreciative of it, they're going to be working with you to create a path together, like in the future for both of you. Because they're kind of they have this understanding that as far like, when it comes to decisions and communication, as long as you guys keep that open, that it's just going to keep pushing the two of you closer together. So keep doing like what you're doing as far as communicating with them and telling them how you're feeling, because they see, like, they really like that. They really do, and they may not be used to that. And this card is all about changes and pretty much making plans to do so. So as far, especially when it comes to a relationship, this is all about taking commitment and relationships to the next level. So, think like, if it's not a relationship, it becoming one. If it is a relationship, or if it's in the works, getting a lot more serious. So think about it like that. So just keep doing what you're doing, because they're definitely taking note of it, and they're very appreciative of it too. This is like a great sign, letting you know that there's a lot of changes happening, and that goes for both, like for your career life, your love life. So just keep doing what you're doing, keep this mindset that you have, because they definitely like it, and they view it as kind of like aligning with themselves. So if this isn't a relationship already, definitely expect them to be taking it somewhere, because it seems like they really like the energy that you put off. And thank you for your questions. I hope that makes sense. But just, and like I said, overall, for both readings, you have like a lot of new beginnings in store for you, okay? Hi, Sajal. Okay, anytime, Farah. Thank you again. Okay, Blue Butterfly. It's finally back on you. I'm going to shuffle these cards really quick. And then after Blue Butterfly, I'm going to update the list. Or, I'm going to update the list now because Blue Butterfly knows. Okay. Jazz, your turn will come up soon because I'm assuming a lot of people are either here or they left. The only other way is to donate to skip the line if you want to get moved up at all. Because then if I let you move up and then anybody asks, I'd have to do it for them too. Okay, Blue Butterfly, go ahead and pick a card now between 1 and 23. Now let me update the list really quick. And excuse that sound, that was my chair. Okay, 3, 6. Okay, so Blue Butterfly. So you have the 10 of Wands here. So when it comes to your question, it seems like this is kind of like not necessarily a no. It's kind of like it's like a yes. It's like, look at it like this. Like it's like a yes, but there's also like some intense pressure beneath it all. It's kind of like letting you know, like, they may kind of find it not necessarily a little hard, but it seems like there's a little bit of pressure when it comes to when you guys are more intimate. And it just seems like, and not like in a bad way, but it seems like they may not feel as control as, like, they feel like they don't have as much control as they used to, because they have to be a little bit more considerate when it comes to being intimate, because it's not like you guys can it's like you guys can do what you guys used to do, but there's a lot of tweaks and adjustments that have to be made. So they it's not that they don't find you attractive, they definitely do, but they kind of look at it more as kind of like it's a little bit more of a struggle and a little bit harder for them when it comes to getting down to it, because the way they look at you hasn't changed, but it's like they understand that it kind of there's kind of like there's like a little bit more work that needs to be put into it when it comes down to it, and they kind of feel like, just know that they kind of feel a little restricted. Like, it's not going to stop them to keep going and to keep doing what you guys are doing, but just know that they're just, like I said, they kind of have like a smaller sense of control, because they have to be more considerate to like the positions and just overall anything that has to do with intimate, if that makes sense. I don't want to get too like rated R here, but I'm pretty sure you know what I mean as far as when it comes to doing stuff like that. And then they kind of like, it gives them a little bit of stress too, because they want to make sure you're comfortable, but they also like it's like they want their needs met, but they want to make sure that you're okay and they're okay. Yeah. No, it's definitely like they definitely still look at you the same. Like it's not that doesn't change at all. Like especially with when you say this whole turn on thing, it's just kind of like no beneath it all. They care about making sure you're comfortable too. Because like I said, they're like nothing's changed. Like anything bad. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like as far as like you can't. It's like they kind of have this. It's not like they took it for granted before, but they're realizing like they're really missing out on what you guys used to do, if that makes sense. But no, it's like they want you more than ever now, if that makes sense. Like not to say they didn't before, but they definitely are craving what they can't have, if that makes sense. So just kind of know that kind of keeps that's kind of on their mind sometimes. Like just they're kind of like missing out, not missing out, but missing what you guys were able to do prior, if that makes sense. But it's definitely all there because the fact they're even thinking about that says a lot. Like they don't have to think like that at all, if that makes sense. But just know, I mean, the spark is still there, but they definitely kind of wish some of the things you guys, or they wish some of the things that you guys were able to do prior. But they're very considerate to the situation, so they don't. It's not like they take it personal. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, it's definitely deeper because they're very considerate. They're like very considerate to your situation and the factors that play into why it can't be 100% the same as it was before. Like they're very considerate when it comes to that. But it's definitely like very deep, and they understand that there's some work that needs to be put in, but they're not afraid to put in the work that needs to be put in to make it happen because they still want you. Like that's like the main thing. If the main message is they understand that to keep doing what you guys are doing, or to even do anything at all, there's a little bit more work that may need to be put in, or a little bit more thought, and that's not stopping them. So it's definitely a deeper desire. Like they don't care what's in the way, they're still going to do what they got to do to make it happen. Yeah, I'm glad. Thank you for your question, and thank you for being patient too. You're such a great person. Not a lot of people are like that, and it seems like they're the type of person that doesn't take it too seriously. Like they're very considerate, if that makes sense. Anytime. Thank you for your question again. Okay, I'm gonna update the list right now, but let me ask first who's here. So next up would be Adam or Rupali. So let me know if either of you are here, or Cosmo. And then I'm going to go ahead and update the list depending on who's here and who's not. Okay, I'm going to assume Adam isn't here then. Adam, I'll give you like 10 seconds to see if you're here, Adam. And then if not, I'm going to move on with Rupali. And I'm going to update the list so you guys can see. Oh yeah, you could be added too, Renee. And thank you guys for letting me know who is here. Because like I said, there's a good amount of people that usually will like leave in between, so your turn will usually come a lot sooner. Okay, Rupali, go ahead and ask your question and then pick a pile between 1 and 3 so we can find out what's going on. Renee, and I think I saw you earlier, right? This isn't the first time you asked to be added. Didn't you ask earlier? I think you asked when I was doing a reading earlier, right? Yeah, you did. You asked after. Let me see, I'm trying to find it. I do remember you asking though. Yeah, it was like about 5 minutes ago. Okay, I think you asked after Sajal did. Let me put you down. And I'm going to update the list. Oh yeah, I do see it. Okay. Okay, Rupali, go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 26, and then I'm going to update the list in the meantime. But just so everybody knows, I'm working with Rupali right now, and Cosmo is going to be next. Yeah, Pixie, you're still on the list as well. Okay. So that's the current list right now. I'm working with Rupali right now, and then next up is going to be Cosmo. Okay. Alright, and then let's go back to Rupali. Alright, so you have the Wheel of Fortune here. And this card is all about kind of like changes being made and also like destiny type energy. So this is kind of letting you know to have faith in the universe and how they're going to take care of your situation in the best way possible. So it's kind of like depending on where you want to go or what you want your outcome to be, it seems like this is going to make a lot of this is kind of setting the tone for a lot of changes. So as far as like yes or no, this usually means a yes. And if this isn't something that you're kind of looking forward to, or if it's not necessarily um, like I don't know exactly if this is something you want or not, but when it comes down to it, when interpreting like how this card is overall, this is kind of letting you know that this is like the universe is doing what they need to do to put you on pace and on a new path to kind of like make changes and it set a new direction in your life, okay? Because this card can kind of represent like yeah, luck. No, this is definitely a luck is in your favor card. Because this card, like the Wheel of Fortune, like think about it, like you know when you think about like even like that show, or when you take a chance on something, it's all about luck. And this is also like represents a lot of new changes happening. And this is like this is overall, yeah, like I said, this is a yes to that answer. It's a yes. But this is the overall message is letting you know that luck is on your side when it comes to this card, you know? So just know that this is like the universe is definitely taking care of your situation in the best way possible when it comes to this. And just know that after this, like after this does happen, there's definitely going to be like a lot of it seems like there's going to be a lot of new things in your life, kind of like if that makes sense. Like your life is going to take a new direction, like for the better. So just kind of look at this as a sign that you're like luck is on your side, and not even just that, but like there's a lot of changes that are going to be coming to you as well, like positive changes, okay? So just keep doing what you're doing if you haven't already, because this is like destiny type of energy, okay? Like this was meant to happen, and this is going to happen because it's meant to happen. Yeah, anytime, Rapali. Yeah, nothing but positivity here, okay? So even for the changes, like positive changes. Yeah, anytime. Thank you for your question. Okay, and then next up is going to be Cosmo. Okay, Casmo, go ahead and pick a pile between 1 and 3. Anytime, Rupali. Thank you again for your question. Okay, Casmo, now go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 19. Okay, number 2. Alright, so you have the 9 of Pentacles here. So it seems like, as far as to what you're asking, as far as the when, it seems like it's gonna happen sometime between now and kind of like think like, from now to like before the winter happens, and like kind of like overall before the end of the year. And then as far as what they want to communicate to you about, this is kind of letting you know that they're kind of at this, it seems like when they do, this is kind of like letting you know, sometimes, you have to be very independent at first and kind of get this maturity and wisdom, and overall, like, make sure you're taking care of yourself before you could take care of something else, if that makes sense. And that's why it seems like it may take a little bit of time before they do contact you. It's not like it's not going to happen, but it seems like they're making sure themselves is take care of first. And when they do choose to contact you, it's going to be like, this is all about rewarded efforts and success. So wherever you want this to go, you can expect it to definitely like work in your favor, if that makes sense. Because it seems like this person kind of, they may be taking their time because they kind of have some high standards as far as what they're looking for. And they're definitely attracted to you, but it's also letting you know that before commitment can happen, they want to make sure they have their own situation taken care of first. Like, they care about their own well-being too, if that makes sense. I guess there's nothing wrong with that. Like, that's a great thing to do, to make sure, you're emotionally happy, you're physically happy, like everything is going right in your life. Because, when everything's going right in your own life, you can really put your best foot forward, like you could be the best you can. You have a lot more to offer as far as like, when it comes to trying. So it seems like when they do reach out to you, they're going to be in this sense of just feeling complete, and they're going to feel like they have some more time on their hands to take some commitment to the next level. Yeah, like I said, it's going to seem like this communication is more about commitment. This isn't like proposal type of energy. This is more like commitment. So as long as you keep doing what you're doing, they're very appreciative of you being patient and kind of doing what you're doing right now. So as long as you keep doing what you're doing, you're going to keep contributing to the happiness that they have right now. So don't be too pushy, because if you do, it seems like you're going to take away from how highly they think of you and how highly they feel of you, okay? Because they want there to be a healthy mix of independence between the two of you as well. Like, they care about independence for both of you in all aspects, so that your love can flourish and not just, be based off of one another. Like, they want you to, worry about yourself too, okay? Yeah, anytime, Cosmo. Thank you for your question. Hi, Elisa. Yeah, I can add you to the list as well. Okay, and then next up is going to be Farheen, if you're still here. Or Melody, if you're still here. Let me know if either of you are still here. I'm going to shuffle the cards so I can be ready. Anytime, Cosmo. Thank you. Okay, Melody, we're going to go ahead and move on to you then. And Farheen, if you tune back in, just pop up in the chat and let me know so that we can squeeze you back in. Okay, Melody, go ahead and ask your question and then pick a pile between 1 and 3. Okay, let's find out what's going on. Go ahead and pick a card, Melody, between 1 and 25. Okay, interesting. So you have right here, you have the 5 of Wands, and this can kind of like, this card can be a little interesting. So when it comes to as far as like what you're asking about the connection, this is kind of like a sign that it kind of seems like this may be on your side or their side, where they're kind of feeling like it seems like there's some energy here where there's feeling like there may be some competition for some affection or for like the connection in general. I'm not sure if this is on your side or their side, but the overall, like, you know what? Let me see. Honestly, this isn't gonna do it for me. Go ahead and pick one more card between 1 and 24. Because honestly, this is kind of like a lot. This card can mean a few things. It can mean they're kind of feeling a little, yeah. See, because it can mean a few things. It can mean like that. It could kind of also mean like there may be on your side or their side where things may be getting said and they're being taken a little too seriously. Like, you know, it's more like playful banter than it is like real talk, if that makes sense. But let me see what this other card says to kind of get an idea. Okay, and then you have the Knight of Pentacles. Okay, interesting. So with this first one, yeah, this one is kind of like letting you know that there's definitely some happiness beneath it all, but kind of like stay alert and kind of keep in mind that if you or them may be feeling a little stressed and you know someone's joking around, it may be it may get taken a little too seriously and kind of turn into an argument when it's really just like, you know, you guys are just playing around. It's not to be taken seriously. And also, as far as like what I said about kind of feeling like there may be some competition, it seems like and if you're saying it's on both sides, then kind of keep this in mind too. It seems like there may be some feelings that there's not just competition in general, but competition for affection, if that makes sense. And then with this next card, with this Knight of Pentacles, this card typically kind of like lets you know though that despite all that, there's like definitely like commitment beneath it all, and reliability and like steadiness and also patience. So this isn't steering, it seems like it's not steering, if it's not steering you away, it's not steering them away. Like they're kind of like thinking this is slow and steady, and they're prepared to put any type of hard work in to accomplish what they want to do, because this is all about like loyal but stubborn loving, if that makes sense. So it's like this is a very loyal relationship that, you know, has a lot of security and stability and steadiness in store for it. But like I said, there's like, it seems like there may be some stubbornness beneath it all, and not in like in a bad way. So just kind of keep that in mind. But as long as you guys can work together to like, you know, to understand each other, you know, communicate and just, you know, make sure you guys are on the same page, there's like great potential in store for the both of you. because commitment, there's like like a lot of potential for commitment and stability, and this is kind of like a welcome sign of that. But it's kind of letting you know too, like, to get there, you guys kind of need to make sure you guys are seeing eye to eye too, because once you guys do, it's all just going up from there, and like making sure you guys are working together, just not even to make each other happy, but it seems like this is like a long-term type thing too. Like, they're the type of person that wants to work together to make things happen long-term for the both of you. So think like long-term goals overall, you know? So I hope that makes sense. And thank you for your question, Melody. And yeah, Regina, we were working with Melody right now. Anytime, Melody. Thank you. So, Regina, if you're ready, you're up next. Okay, go ahead and pick a pile, Regina, between 1 and 3. And I'm going to ask right away, Master Intuitive, I had saw you chatting about your own channel. So I don't know if you were here just to chat about your channel or if you're here for a reading as well. So just let me know. So if not, I can take whoever's after. Okay, pile 2. Okay, go ahead, Regina, now and pick a card between 1 and 24. And then you said you only want a reading, correct? Or you don't want a yes or no, correct? I just want to make sure. So that way I don't give you that. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and do the reading only. Let me know, Regina, if you want a yes or no. So I'll just do the reading because I don't want to assume that you want both. But off of what you said, I think that's what you're getting at, just the reading part. So with this card, you have the 3 of Wands. And this card is all about like moving forward and making plans that are more like with more conviction. So this is like overall, this is kind of like looking ahead and seeing that there's a lot of room for growth and also taking things to the next step while also making sure that, you know, there's foundations that are set in place. So to make sure that this connection could be lasting, if that makes sense. So it's kind of like, it seems like like I said, I don't want to do a yes or no. Let me know if you want a yes or a no. So I'm just going to kind of like speak around it. But this is kind of letting you know that they want to make sure that you guys are seeing eye to eye. And it seems like there's going to be a deep conversation that makes sure that both your guys' needs are being put out there. Because it seems like they're going to voice to you what they're looking for and what they want. Because, okay, then, so then now that you say it like that, so the answer to your question is a yes. But this is also letting you know that as far as when it comes down to it, there's going to be a lot of communicating taking place first and making sure that, okay, see, and that makes sense. If you guys are in less contact, like, this is like kind of letting you know that they're kind of taking a step away so they could come back with a clear space because they're worried. Like, yeah, it's going to take, this isn't going to take a lot of time Because with this card, this usually means like by the summer, if that makes sense. So you can expect it to happen before the summer, but know that they're kind of clearing their space right now and making time for a fresh start. Like, you know, like when you take it's kind of like when you walk away from something really quick to clear your head, and then you come back with a clear mindset and a clear space so you can really think and really kind of like, you know, put all your effort into it. It seems like that's kind of what they're doing right now. But when they do come back, this is kind of letting you know that there's a lot of opportunities that are going to come from this. Because right now they're kind of doing some self-reflecting and making sure that they don't miss any steps when it comes to rekindling this connection, because they want to make sure that you guys are both getting heard out, and that both you guys' needs are getting met, and that there's going to be a lot of communication, because they don't want any frustration to happen again. They want to make sure that everything is voiced now, so there's no like, oh, like you didn't tell me this, you didn't tell me that type thing. Like, this is just like overall letting you know, yes, no, yeah, it's an overall yes. This is a yes for sure. Like I said, it's a yes, and you can expect it be like some type of communication or steps forward by the summer. But just know that there's going to be a lot of communication before it does turn into a yes, if that makes sense. Like, they want to make sure you guys are on the same page before it happens. Because they want to make sure that when you guys get into this again, there's a strong foundation beneath it. Because it seems like before, their foundation, like beneath everything, may not have been as strong as it should have been. Yeah, anytime. I wish you the best of luck too, okay? Thank you for your question. Okay. And then next up, yeah, thank you, Mina. I think my toddler had like food poisoning or something, because they just like started like projectile like vomiting out of nowhere. Because I was gonna stream yesterday, but they got like really sick, and they were like very like kind of like inseparable. Like, they didn't want me to leave their side, but they're like feeling better now. Because usually I try to do it Friday or Saturday. Usually I do my live streams on Fridays, but my toddler has speech therapy, so sometimes that kind of goes a long time, and then I end up doing it Saturday. Because I do late night streams, so it's like easier, because usually she's asleep, you know? So that way I could kind of be on here longer. Yeah, thank you, Mina. Okay, next up is going to be J.A. or Master. Let me know if you're here. So, Master Intuitive, if you were here, go ahead, let me know. J.A., Cynthia, Yana, let me know if any of you guys are here, so we can go ahead and get going with you guys. I'm just going to shuffle and be ready. Okay, J.A., thank you for letting me know you're here. Go ahead and ask your question, and then pick a pile between 1 and 3. Okay, thank you, Rockstar. You will most likely be next, Rockstar, if anybody else, like Cynthia, Yana, or Tripty, if they're not here. Thank you, Nikki. Like I said, when people leave, you know, the move will kind of move a little faster. The line will move a little faster too. Okay, Cynthia, you'll be up next. Okay, Jay, go ahead and pick a card now between 1 and 33. And thank you guys for letting me know you're here, so that way you guys know too that you guys are going to be coming up like very shortly. Okay, JA. So with the card you picked, you have the Ace of Cups here. And anytime there's like an ace, just know it's always kind of like it typically always means like the first stages of something and like overall like new beginnings. So as far as what you're saying about your person's intentions in future, it seems like this is a type of person that is very much in their feelings and like not in a bad way, but it seems like they have like very pure intentions with you. That's first of all. And this is kind of like the universe is kind of letting you know to like this is a sign that you need to open your heart, and it's kind of giving them the same sign. Like this is like letting both of you guys know that you guys need to open your heart to the love that the universe is trying to send you as far as when it comes to this connection. And it seems like they feel like a very deep connection like to you, and they're kind of getting this like you're sparking this like emotional awakening for them, and there's definitely like some feelings there. And also just kind of know like if this isn't a romance now, or if it's a friendship, or whatever the stage is, that this is kind of a sign that they won't like them they feel and kind of crave a deeper intimacy with you, and they also kind of want to take things to the next step. So just kind of keep that in mind, because this is also like letting you know this is like an opportunity. Like they see this connection with you as an opportunity for them to grow, like not just emotionally, but like spiritually, creatively, and just overall, like in every aspect. And their intuition is kind of telling them to stop over analyzing the situation between the two of you, and kind of like, just trust what their gut is saying, because their gut is telling them a lot right now. And they're definitely feeling some type of way, like, and not in, like I said, not in a bad way, but it seems like this is very like compassionate type of energy. And like I said, it's kind of like they look at you as a breath of fresh air. So don't be surprised if okay, friends, no communication. So then if you guys are friends, just kind of understand that they may be kind of like wanting to take this to the next level, if that's something you would want to do. Or if that's not the case, it's kind of more like they find this friendship really meaningful to them, because when they talk to you, it seems like they get more insight to who they are as a person too. And if you guys do talk, it seems like they're really craving intimacy with you. I don't know why I keep getting that. And it seems like their gut is trying to tell them to kind of like take it to the next step with you, and kind of like go take this further than what it is right now, if that makes sense. But it seems like they're kind of looking at the situation between you two, which could be that part where you're saying there's no communication, and they're kind of like over analyzing it a little bit too much. And it's kind of like they're trying to stop themselves, but the universe is trying to tell them like, listen to your gut, like you're feeling like this for a reason. So if you just kind of like honestly just keep in mind that with how they're feeling, they may just kind of listen to their gut and reach out to you and kind of communicate a lot more with you. So it's kind of like expect the unexpected, if that makes sense, because this card is all about there being an awakening of new feelings, if that makes sense. And also, it seems like they may be trying to develop a deeper connection with you. And that, like I said, if you're saying a friendship, it could mean a friendship, but this card usually tends to mean, like, when you're awakening new feelings, like there's some type of different feelings there, not just friendship, if that makes sense. So just kind of keep that in mind anytime. And thank you for your question, too. Okay, and then Cynthia, you're going to be. Yeah, honestly, this would be a great like this is a great card to let you know that if this is something that if you're kind of interested in, reach out, but don't dig too deep, because this person kind of overanalyzes things as it is. So just kind of keep that in mind. Like it would be great if you reached out, because they're, like I said, they're the type of person that are in their feelings a lot. So you reaching out to them is going to be kind of like a sign to them, like, I do need to trust my gut, and I need to stop overthinking this whole situation. But just take things slow, okay? Because there's definitely some new feelings there that they have, and they're kind of seems like they may not be a little shy about it, but they're not just going to be quite open with it too, because they're still learning to trust themselves, like their gut, okay? But thank you for your question. I hope that makes sense. Okay, Cynthia. And then, Cynthia, you can go ahead and pick a pile between 1 or 3. And I'm going to shuffle the cards and get new piles so we can have like a fresh start. And I'm going to update the list on the screen right now too, so you guys can see where you guys are. Okay, let me shuffle one last time. Anytime, J.A. Thank you for your question. Okay, Cynthia, go ahead now and pick a card between 1 and 26. Now let me update the list really quickly. Okay, the updated list is going to be on the screen right now. And then if I missed any of you guys and you guys said you wanted to be added to the list, just let me know so I could scroll back and add you. But I think I have everybody. Okay, now back to you, Cynthia. Okay, thank you, Priya. Okay, Cynthia. So, okay, nice. So with the card you have here, you have the Magician. So as far as the cards you have, or sorry, the cards you have and kind of like what you're asking, it seems like they kind of have these feelings where they're kind of feeling like the power's in their hands. And I'm not sure if this is something that like I'm not sure if this is like the best way to put it is don't be surprised if they may like come on to you in a way where they're kind of seeking more than just like a best friendship. Because this is like this card is all about knowing that you have all the tools in front of you to make what you want to happen as long as you could put your foot down. It's all about like overall creating opportunities, if that makes sense. And this like, and especially when you apply it to kind of like just like relationships or even friendships, it kind of usually suggests that someone, whether it's you or them, is kind of taking some action or thinking about taking some action to create opportunities because there's such a desirable connection here, if that makes sense. And they also know that like there's a lot of practicality behind it. Like there's not any deception or illusions when it comes to this. Like this is kind of like exciting energy while also having this desire to like experiment and take chances. Okay, see, that makes sense because like I said, this is kind of like suggesting overall like this is creating new opportunities for, what can be, if that makes sense. So like I said, honestly, I'm not surprised because it seems like they're definitely like they may kind of like not necessarily hide it, but they may not be being like fully honest or not like not honest, but they may not be letting you know like themselves. Like, you're over here finding out by looking like that, like, finding out via like a wallpaper kind, because when you see stuff like that, it's like you can feel it, like, you're not dumb, obviously, like, doing stuff like that kind of typically means like some other stuff type things. So like I said, it seems like they kind of have this desire to kind of experiment and take things to the next step. So don't be surprised if they do end up letting you know what they want to do. Or if they, because they may kind of want to take it slow, but they may not either. They may, because it seems like the connection you guys have is one of those things where they can see it being more than what it is, because like the traits that you have and what you have to offer as a person, they're looking for that. And it's kind of like everything they're looking for is right in front of them, which is you, you know? Yeah. So it seems like, and that makes sense if you're saying they flirt a lot. It's because, like I said, you know, when you find all those traits in someone, it's a lot easier to be who you really are. And they like that about the connection you guys have. They like being able to freely be themselves and freely express themselves. So don't be surprised if they, yeah, okay. And see, and especially, and the thing is too, if you're saying you can feel what they're feeling, then definitely don't be surprised, because they're the type of person where they can definitely kind of feel how you're feeling too, because at the end of the day, you guys are best friends for a reason, you know, like, and that's why they're not afraid to do what they got to do to make this turn into something, because it seems like you guys bring out a lot of excitement with like within one another and out from one another, and they like that. Like overall, the energy between the two of you guys is something they're looking for in a relationship. Okay, so just kind of keep that in mind. This is like a great and this shows too, like this card is like represents a lot of success too, so know that too, if this does go the next step, it's going to be successful. Yeah, yeah, exactly like that. Because this, like I said, this card is all about using what's in front of you to make something happen, if that makes sense. And like kind of like manifesting too. So like I wish you the best luck with them. It seems like this is definitely like something that's kind of in the works behind the scenes, but it hasn't been, you know, like outright spoken about, if that makes sense. But don't be like, it's kind of like expect the unexpected, okay? Because they're definitely picking up what you're putting down, if that makes sense. So it seems like, you know, before you know it, they're going to be, like I said, they're open to experimenting and taking this to the next step. So don't be surprised if they let you know that themselves. Yeah, I wish you the best of luck, okay? And thank you for your question. And then next up is going to be Yana. Okay, see, that makes sense too. Because if you are manifesting, this kind of like lets you know. Let's see, because that, like what I said to you about knowing that the power is in your hands, that goes for both of you, not just them, okay? So kind of like take everything I said and look at it from both sides. Like anytime I tell anybody what, like anything, just kind of think about any of you. When I tell you something, apply it to your situation the best that you can, because I'm just reading and feeling what's coming through, but you know your situation better than I do. So, like, especially when it comes to Cynthia's situation with the manifesting thing, there's a lot of potential there, okay? So just kind of keep that in mind. Because it's, like, believe it or not, it seems like they've been looking for this connection to Cynthia. So the fact that it's right in front of them is why they feel like this is, like a great experiment. Like, you know, there's no harm, no foul, you know? Yeah, thank you for letting me know, Renee. So then if you're saying that, then a lot of you guys should definitely be you know, your turn is going to happen a lot sooner than you think, if that makes sense. So thank you again, Cynthia, and I hope that makes sense. But there's a lot of potential, okay? Yeah, anytime, Cynthia. Okay, and then thank you, Yana, for picking a pile. Let me shuffle one last time, and then I'm going to count your pile so you can pick. You too, Cynthia. Thank you. Okay, Yana, go ahead and pick a card now between 1 and 28 so that we can get an answer to your question. Okay, 16. Okay, and then I'm going to go ahead and ask right away. Tripty, let me know if you're here. And then Rockstar, I remember you saying you were here, but just let me know again. And then we're going to move so we can keep this list moving. All right, Yana. So with the cards you picked, you have the Moon card. And, okay, so when it comes to this card could be a little... it could be a little tricky. So it seems like... Okay, so as far as you're saying, when they see your socials, they may be kind of feeling like kind of like overall, like, not in a bad way, but they may be feeling like things may not necessarily be appearing, or like they may not seem to be what they appear. Like, not, you know what, honestly, let's just pull one more card, because this isn't it for me. This isn't enough. Okay, go ahead and pick one more, Rockstar, a card between 1 and 27, so I could get a little bit more to go off of. Okay, thank you, Rockstar. You're going to be next, because I don't think Tripty is here anymore. And yeah, thank you, Farheen. I can add you again. Okay, you are here, Tripty. Thank you. You're going to be up next, okay, Tripty? So just make sure you're ready. Hi, Aldona. I can add you as well. Yeah, no, that's what it seems like, but go ahead and pick one more card between 1 and 27 so I can kind of get a little bit more insight. Because it just seems like there may be some misunderstandings as far as when he views your stuff. Like, it seems like they might have like a cloud of judgment. Like, there's something, like they're trying to examine your socials and kind of see and reveal what's beneath it all and what's kind of there. Like, it seems like they're like looking at, like, when they're looking at your stuff, they're not really, they feel like they're not getting the full picture. Like, they feel like there's something missing. So I kind of wanted, that's why I wanted another card. Okay, interesting. So then with the next card you have here, you have the Empress. Okay, so interesting. So, okay. So this is a great card, though, to follow from that. Okay, so with the Empress, this is all about, like, abundance and new opportunities and, like, nurturing type of energy. So, and also it's typically means, like, kind of, like, having, like, not, like, a feminine side, because everyone does have a feminine side, you know, being capable of being, like, in touch of, like, with your feelings, you know, and, like, your emotions. So, and that kind of makes sense because that plays off the Moon card. So there's some feelings there as far as when they look at your stuff, and it seems like you're definitely playing a factor, and when they look at your stuff, it seems like their feelings, like they're really in their feelings when they look at your stuff, in a, not in a bad way, but it seems like they kind of want to know more behind what you post, if that makes sense. Like, because it seems like they may sometimes kind of like have some misunderstandings from what you post, or not understand the full scope of what you're posting exactly. Then that could be, and that makes sense why they kind of have this energy where it's like, you know, they're not thinking everything, or they're looking at your stuff and not feeling like that everything is as it appears, if that makes sense. And that has nothing to do with you. It just seems like they've been through some stuff where it's kind of like they tend to like it seems like they've been through some stuff where they haven't really gotten the full scope, or they like kind of rush a little too quickly, so they don't really know the full story behind certain things, and it kind of causes them to be in their feelings a little bit more, because they're the type of person that wants to make sure they understand everything, especially if you're saying that, yeah, that they like, you can feel they want to know more. That's exactly what this is, because when you kind of don't know, or you have that idea that something is kind of like not too good to be true, well, kind of like that. It's kind of like you have this idea that there's something in front of you, and it's kind of like, it's very like elusive thinking, like you see it holds a lot of potential, but like you may not, you want to make sure you know everything beneath it all too. Like you want to make sure you know everything before you jump into it, because some things may be too good to be true, and that's what they kind of look at when they look at your stuff. Like, I hope that makes sense, but don't be surprised, because it seems like they're kind of getting this sense where it's kind of coming to a time where they want to reveal, like they may want to kind of get you to reveal a little bit more about yourself, kind of like get to know you a little bit better. Because this person is very in tune with their own like feelings and emotions. Like they do have, like, the best way to put it is yeah, like he does know, they definitely see you as different. Because like I said, if they're seeing you too good to be true, they're definitely seeing you as like, like I've said it before, like kind of like as a breath of fresh air, like that. Because it's like when you have this Empress card like this like usually means that they kind of have like a softer side to them, and there's nothing wrong with that. Like that's a great thing that somebody can sit there and kind of feel a little bit more and a little bit deeper, if that makes sense. So just keep that in mind. Like this person does have a lot of feelings beneath it all, okay? And don't be surprised too if they reach out to try to get to know you better, because there's a lot of new opportunities in store. That's what I keep getting for some reason. Yeah, thank you for your question, Yana, and I hope it makes sense. And then next up is going to be Tripty. I know you already let me know. Wait, I can as well. Yeah, Yana, I'm glad it does. Anytime, okay? It's kind of like expect the unexpected with them, okay? But like I said, they do have a lot of, like, they're in touch with their emotions and feelings, and that's always a great thing. Thank you, Susan. I really appreciate it. Like, I love all you guys for supporting me, okay? And thank you guys for all being here and asking your questions. Okay, Tripty. Yeah, Destiny, I can add you to the list as well. Okay, Tripty. Tripty, go ahead and pick a pile between 1 and 3. And then I'm going to drink some water really quick. Because, like, when I talk for a long time, my mouth will, like, get, like, really dry. Yeah, thank you for your question, Tripty. Just go ahead and pick a pile now between 1 and 3. And then I'm going to drink some water, and I'll be back, like, within a minute. Okay, you picked a pile. Let me go ahead and have you pick a card right away then. Okay, Tripty, go ahead now and pick a card between 1 and 27. And then I'm going to drink some water really quick, and then I'll be back, like, within a minute, okay? To, like, get into your reading. Just make sure you pick a card between 1 and 27. Okay, thank you, Tripty. Okay, I'm back now. Okay, so with the card you picked, you have the Three of Pentacles. And this is a great card, so it seems like, let me see how you worded your question so I can word it correctly. Okay, so it seems like as far as how they're feeling towards you right now, typically this card off the bat is all about like coming together and sharing goals, and also kind of like, viewing the connection between you guys is like feeling like a team. So it's kind of like letting you know that, I'm not sure if you guys are in a relationship now or if you guys are like in the works of one, but this is kind of like letting you know that the more you guys talk, communicate, and learn more about one another, the more trust there is that's being brought out from the both of you, put into it, and kind of like felt on both sides, that is making it easier to develop. Breakup before 6 months. When you ask that, do you mean like, are you asking if that's going to happen, or are you saying that it happened already? Because this card is all about coming together. So I want to wait to see. But overall, when it comes, thank you, Schlock. That happened already. Okay, then. So then it seems like if you're saying that too, this is kind of like letting you know that you may find yourselves coming together soon, because it seems like there may have been a lot of uniqueness behind you guys, but there was also weaknesses. And believe it or not, that does create a certain type of balance, but it may not be the right type of balance. So this is kind of letting you know that you guys need to collaborate on both sides if you wanted to go somewhere. Because they still have feelings for you. They like, that's not gone. But they feel like also that there maybe could have been more that could have been learned between the two of you. Like, it seems like the connection wasn't as like profound or kind of like out there as much as it should have been. And it seems like they're kind of doing some self-reflecting right now, and they're realizing that you guys you guys have a lot of potential, and they are reminiscing in the team like that you guys were. And it seems like also basing it off of that, they're kind of open to learning more about one another, like on both sides, so that you guys can kind of get a deeper trust together. Yeah, no, they definitely still have feelings for you. So if you guys had love priorly, it's definitely still there. Because this is all about kind of like planning things and seeing them out. So if this has happened already, just kind of expect some communication happening before it gets too serious again, because it seems like they want to make sure both, like, everybody is being heard, like both of you guys are being heard equally and fairly, because they want to it seems like they may not have as like felt as supported, or you may not have felt as supported as they were hoping for. But it seems like what you're going to expect next is you're going to expect some type of communication. Well, like I said, like coming together, like you guys are going to come together and kind of get an idea of where you guys can see eye to eye and be on the same page, so that you guys can get back to where you guys are, but also progress and move further than what you guys were. Because it's all about planning the future together and like developing plans. So just kind of keep that in mind. They want to make sure both your guys' needs are being met, because like I said, it seems like you or they may have not been feeling fully supported, and they're definitely going to address that, because they want to make sure that there's a balance between the two of you and that you guys are on the same page before you guys take it to the next level. Yeah, this is all about future energy, so just kind of keep that in mind. So it seems like there's some self-reflecting going on right now before it gets to that point. And yeah, Destiny, I'm going to update the list on the screen right now. Yeah, thank you for your answer, for your question, Tripty. I hope it makes sense. Anytime, Tripty. And then next up is going to be Rockstar. Hi, Nids. I can add you as well. Alright, let me update the list really quickly. Anytime. Okay, let me put this on the screen. Okay, Rockstar, you said pile 3. Alright, let me shuffle these cards really quickly. Okay, and then thank you guys for letting me know you guys are still here. Next up is going to be Dipty, so just Dipty, let me know if you're here or not. And if you are, just make sure you're ready, because if not, we're going to keep on moving. Thank you, Renee, for letting me know you're here too. Okay, and then you said pile 3. Okay, now go ahead now, Rockstar, and pick a card between 1 and 33. Okay, Dipty, thank you for letting me know you're here. Just make sure you're ready. You're going to be up next. And then Kat Yaney, I can add you to the list as well. Okay, Rockstar. So with the cards you picked, you have the 6 of Pentacles. Okay. I don't get this card that often. Okay, so as far as what you're saying... Okay. Okay. So with this card is all about being supportive, sharing, giving and receiving, and also gratitude. So as far as what you're saying, as like is your question when it comes to what you're saying about how they feel or think, they definitely have some gratitude about it, but they're not the type of person that's really good at expressing how they feel. And they're also very grateful for what you're doing. So try not to like, take it too personal or anything, because believe it or not, they appreciate your support, and they do find you as being very supportive with them. But they're also kind of like the type of person where it seems like they kind of struggle to give and receive, if that, like they struggle to give what they're receiving, if that makes sense. But they also acknowledge every little thing that goes on around them. So like they are definitely taking note of what you're doing, and it does definitely have them feeling like very supported right now. but they're not really like the type of person, like I said, where they're not that good at expressing themselves. And that has a lot to do with, it seems like, with what they've dealt with in the past. And this could be with not just relationships, but experiences, family matters, just overall. It seems like they may have gone through some stuff before, and that kind of plays a factor on, they kind of like, they always have their guard up now because of the stuff that they've went through, if that makes sense. Yeah, and seeing, especially if you're saying it like that too, that if they've had so much taken from them, so they don't know how to receive, like, that definitely takes a toll on a person. And it's like they're very happy with how you're responding to them, and it's kind of like they're not necessarily surprised, but they're not really used to getting this much support. And it is kind of like surprising them that you're so willing to help, like, not even help, but just offer the support that you are offering to them. And they're kind of getting these feelings too, where they should be a little bit more mindful about it, because they do want to keep this, whatever this is, partnership overall. I'm just going to say partnership because I'm not sure if it's a friendship or relationship, but they do want to keep it balanced. What did they feel? Let me see. You had picked, right? I'll answer this last part for you because this card is kind of hard to read. So I was going to have you pick another one. So I'll use that one to keep reading and to answer this other part. So you said pile 3, right? Go ahead and pick one last card between 1 and 32. And I'm going to kind of give a little bit more insight behind the first part of what you asked me and what you just asked me. Yeah, that makes sense too. Okay. Okay, nice. So you have the 3 of Cups here. And this is great. This is great type of energy. So honestly, as far as especially when you're saying like this stability you're asking for, or that you guys are working on, this is kind of like, this 3 of Cups is always letting you know, this is like, expect a lot of celebrations in all aspects of your life. So it's kind of like, expect them to come around sooner than later, if that makes sense. Because this card usually represents a period of happiness, and that's how they feel about you. So it's like when they look at you, and especially when you're asking in regards to like your new picture, when they see that type of stuff, you kind of like turn their frown upside down, if that kind of makes sense. And you being supportive is definitely bringing like the two of you closer together. So kind of like keep that in mind. And as long as you keep doing what you're doing, they are getting this deeper feelings towards you that are very gratifying. And they definitely feel the two of you guys getting a lot closer, like coming a lot closer together. And also the support you're offering is definitely bringing you guys close together. And they're definitely, like, they may not be speaking it, but they're definitely feeling it. And this definitely like has like there's definitely a sign that there's love there. So just kind of keep that in mind too, because like it's like I said, if this is something you want, just keep doing what you're doing, because they really appreciate who you are as a person and everything you're doing for them, the support you're showing, and they're kind of seeing that there is, like, with you, you're kind of like their breath of fresh air. Like, there's like with you, they see the brighter side of things, if that makes sense. Yes, and see, and that's good though if you're saying that, because honestly, that may be the only way they feel comfortable doing it right now. Because when you flirt, it's all like not childish, but it's like playful type of energy. It's easier to kind of like be who you really are. and they're definitely appreciative of like who you are and how you respond to them and how you react to them. And they're definitely like, with that, like I said, like with you, they see you and like they're kind of seeing the brighter side of things. So don't be surprised if they want to take it to the next level, because as long as you keep doing what you're doing, there's like they're getting like very closer and like emotionally attached to you, whether you can see it, because like I said, they've been through a lot, so they're not good at giving what they receive, but it's definitely there. Okay, so if you want this connection, just keep doing what you're doing, because it's definitely there. It's like it's in the works, if that makes sense. But you just got to kind of help them break out of their shell, you know? But you're definitely capable of it. So I hope that makes sense. And thank you for your question. Okay, and then yeah, anytime, Rockstar. Thank you. Okay, Dipti. Okay, Dipti. I'm gonna shuffle the cards really quick. Go ahead and pick a pile between 1 and 3 so we can get some insight for you. And thank you, Renee, for letting me know you're still here. And I'm going to roll some astrology dice, Dipti, just to kind of get a little bit deeper, because that'll kind of help me in this part. If you're saying, it'll kind of help me figure out how, or even potentially where you may meet them, or like how, if that makes sense. So I'm going to roll some dice. Okay, so you said pile 1. Okay, Dipti, go ahead now and pick a card between 1 and 29. Roll some dice. Okay, interesting. Alright, so let's start with the card first. Alright, so let's start with, you know what? Should we start with the card or should we start with dice? Let's go ahead and start with the card first. So with the cards you have the Knight of Cups. And this card is all about pretty much like classic type of energy when it comes to being able to handle any type of situations that come your way with grace. So, and also this is all of like intuitive and emotional type of energy. So honestly, when it comes to that, the love and the marriage that you're gonna have, I don't think it's necessarily gonna be there is potential for it to be arranged, but it seems like this is a type of person that's going to be very charming and attractive. Like, so kind of keep that in mind, because I do know that sometimes arranged can be kind of like, you know, something you may not feel not necessarily comfortable with, but you may not like you know, like you may not know the person, you know, there may not be a connection, there may not be like, you know, stuff like that. But when it comes to this, it seems like whether it is a marriage or if it's arranged, like if it is arranged, that there's definitely going to be an emotional attachment. You're going to be attracted to them and you're definitely going to find them charming. Like, because this usually represents someone that's very like romantic, caring, emotional. Like they care about you, and they care about making sure you're comfortable, and also like overall kind of like, oh, thank you, Renee. Then you'll be up next after Dipti. But this is all kind of like, this energy is all about overall like being very flirtatious with you, romantic, and overall like very attractive type of energy. So whether this is arranged or not, know that this is definitely going to be a type of connection that you do want. Like this is a type of person that's in love, like that knows what love is. They're in love with the idea of love, but they go out of their way to show it. So just kind of keep that in mind. But also kind of like a heads up too, they may be a type of person that may set some unrealistic standards when it comes to relationships. Yeah, thank you, Renee. I got it. You'll be up next after Dipti when I'm done with their reading. So just kind of keep that in mind. Like, they kind of have an idea of like perfect partners and what a perfect relationship holds. Like, that's not necessarily a bad thing, but that sometimes can be a little unhealthy. So just kind of keep that in mind. But it's just like I said, they're like in love with the idea of love, but they're also not afraid to do what they got to do to put it in place and just do everything to make it happen, okay? And then I'm going to move on to these dice to kind of get a little bit deeper, just so you can kind of get an idea of who they are as a person. So with the second house, it seems like they're going to be very much like financially secure. They have a very strong work ethic, and they're also going to be the type of person that has like daily routines and like priorities that they're not afraid to handle to make their material life successful. So know this person is definitely going to have some money, okay? And if they don't have money right away, they're the type of person that's going to do everything they can to make sure that materially that they're like set up. And they're also like, they worry about their self-care, so you can expect their appearance to definitely be, you know, taken care of. Like, they're going to make sure that they look their best, and because they're like the type of person where they look their best, they feel their best. Yeah, thank you, Renee. I got it. And hi, Callum. I can add you to the list as well. And then with the next dice we have the planet, we have the sun. And with that energy, usually the sun is very like overall like very warm, but like very confident, very like self-reliable. Like they're like a very strong like overall very strong energy. Like expect them to kind of have some masculine type of, not even just masculine in a bad way, but they, like I said, this is the type of person that cares about the way they look, so you can expect them to be pretty fit. And they're also going to have some, if this is like, if I'm not sure as far as gender wise, but this is like the type of person that's definitely going to want a family, if that makes sense. So just kind of keep that in mind. And then lastly, with the last dice we have, this is like a Sagittarius energy. So that can mean either you're a Sagittarius, they're a Sagittarius, or they have Sagittarius traits. And that's just letting you know that they care about money again. Like, they want to be wealthy, so keep that in mind. They may be a student, they may be a scholar, somebody going to school to do what they want to do, but they're also very adventurous, optimistic, just overall ambitious, and they're very like open-minded too. So just kind of, like I said, just keep that all in mind. And lastly, they're very energetic, and they're all about seeking the truth. So, don't try to pull any fast ones with them. Not to say that you will, but they're the type of person that they'll keep on pushing until they have the full truth, okay? And thank you for your question, Dipti. Okay, and then let me update the list really quick. And Renee donated, so Renee is going to be up next right now. Yeah, anytime, Dipti. Thank you for your question. And yeah, sorry. Yeah, Renee, I did get it on PayPal as well. And then nobody ask a question, or try to refrain from asking a question until it's your turn on the list. So that way it doesn't spark any confusion with people that are waiting. And I'm going to update the list right now. Hi, Vibe Javi. Thank you. Hi, Tavone. Let me update the list really quickly. And then Renee, I'm ready when you are. I'm just going to update the list really quickly. Okay, let me update this list. Yeah, Renee, when you're ready, go ahead and ask your question and pick a pile between 1 and 3. I'm ready for you. Okay, makes sense. I don't blame you. You'll be up next, Nikki, after Renee. Renee's donated to skip the line. Yeah, by PV. I'm going to update the list. Sorry, by Javi. I'm going to update the list right now. Hi, Princey. Thank you. The list is still the same as the screen. The only difference is Renee's donated to skip the line. So I'm going to update the list right now. So right now I'm working with Renee, and then next is going to be Nikki. Okay, let's see. Okay, Renee, go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 17. And then Renee, whenever you're ready, pick a card between 1 and 17. And hi, Dariana. I can add you to the list as well. No, Callum, you're not banned. I'm going to update the list right now. Hi, Sajal. Okay, and then next up is Nikki, by the way, just so everybody knows. And then you said card 15. Okay. Alright, and then what your question was. Alright, this kind of makes sense. Okay, so as far as So draw wherever part you are in line, that's when your turn will be. Okay, so Renee, as far as your question, okay, this kind of makes sense. So you have the Five of Swords here, and this is all about, like, overall, kind of like very deceitful. Like, this is like deceitful type of energy. So just kind of know that they're very, like, they're kind of disagreeing with your choice, if that makes sense. And they're very, like, opposing when it comes to with what you're doing. Like, they really don't like what you're doing has them feeling some type of way, and it's not the good type of way, if that makes sense. And it kind of seems like they're very, like, they don't agree with what you're doing at all. And they're also kind of like, they're feeling like a little defensive about it, like overall rough, or like rough about it. And they feel like there's some competition there as far as your choices. So just kind of like keep that in mind. But it's kind of like, this is kind of like some aggressive type of energy, not like in a bad way, but it seems like they feel like they're competing with the other person. And they also kind of feel like the best way to put it is kind of like they feel like they may be like they're kind of like feeling like they may need to just walk away. And they kind of have this sense of, like, they're like really sad about it, and they're like kind of like feeling like they're at a loss right now, like overall, like they feel defeated, if that makes sense. And they kind of feel like maybe there may have been some lack of communication. And also, don't be surprised, but with all the tension that they're feeling from this, and how, like, overall, how they're feeling defeated and how it's making them feel, they may just try to, like, go out of their way to stand up for themselves and fight back a little bit. Because, like I said, they're really feeling some type of way about your choice when it comes to this. Like, they do not agree with it at all. And they want to, like, right the wrong, if that makes sense, because they're like very, like, I don't know, it's really like they feel like really, like, irritable, and like very, like this whole situation is making them feel very anxious. So don't be surprised if they kind of try to fight for you or stick up for themselves, because they definitely do not feel good about what you're doing. So just kind of keep that in mind, that if there was some damage they did that's causing you to do this, to, like, go on this date with this other person, they may try to right their wrongs. Just kind of keep that in mind, because there's, like, I don't know, like, overall, there's, like, it seems like they have some passion for you, and that's why they're feeling some type of way about it all. And don't be surprised too with how they're feeling, that they may kind of like, there may be some conflict about it if there hasn't been already. So they might kind of work on their approach to how they approach you, because they don't want to come off too strong either, but they're definitely feeling some type of way about it all. And they're also feeling like this sense, like there's a lot of unexpected changes happening right now. It's just, there's something about it that's making them feel like this whole thing is very uneasy. Like, it seems like, here, you know what? Let's go ahead and do one more to kind of see why they're feeling like this. Okay, go ahead and pick one more card between 1 and 16, so that we can kind of get an idea. Okay. Hi, hello. Hi, Mela. Hi, Heather. And thank you, Alicia, for letting me know you're here. Yeah, I can add you guys to the list as well. I'm still working with Renee right now. And thank you, hello. Yeah, it was my toddler, but they're doing better now. Go ahead, Renee, and pick one more card between 1 and 16 so we can get a little bit more insight. But yeah, honestly, with what you're saying, though, it kind of makes sense because it seems like they may have been the type of person where even though they wanted to be friends for the time being, they're kind of like feeling some type of way and they didn't realize that you were going to be, trying something new, like not right away, but sooner than they expected you to. And that's what's making them feel uneasy, if that makes sense. So let's kind of get another idea of what they're doing. So who you can ask your question when it's your turn. Not quite yet. Okay, Renee. So then with the Knight of Cups, this card is all about overall kind of like okay, so it seems like with all right, this kind of makes a little bit more sense. This is all about like being in tune with your emotions and your feelings. So it seems like they may have not been like they realize that kind of like they have unrealistic expectations as far as when it comes to like relationships or taking things to the next level, and that's why they wanted to be friends for the time being. But now that they see you like sitting here, trying to make like new moves and try something new and do something, it's making them feel some type of way, and they're realizing that this whole like being friends for the time being isn't really what they really wanted. Like they're realizing that they thought that maybe they weren't exactly, not that they weren't ready, but they were being a little bit unrealistic with the standards they were setting. And they're realizing like, they're about to lose a good thing that was in front of them because they told you that. Because now they feel like really uneasy and kind of like I said, like they're really in their feelings about you doing what you're doing, about as far as trying and taking somebody else out on a date. Like it's kind of like I said, don't be surprised if they try to put their foot down and kind of like fight for you back, because it seems like they are coming to this realization where you're not necessarily like they're gonna lose you, sorry, but they're kind of like scared that there's a chance they may lose you because they decided to like tell you that like they weren't, that they want to be friends for the time being. Because this is all about kind of like they're approaching their relationships with an unhealthy and like unrealistic way, and they're kind of coming to this realization like when they approach things like that with that type of attitude, that all they're going to do is steer things away. They're not really bettering themselves, and they're kind of getting the idea that they need to just kind of like run with it and try to enjoy things in the moment and keep the world in sight as they go on this quest, not you know be stagnant and push things to the side and kind of be patient with it. So this isn't like really telling you what you should and shouldn't do, but it's kind of like you know keep doing what you're doing, because if you really do want the connection to work out with the other person, they're gonna definitely like, the more they kind of get an idea of what's going on, it's making them feel some type of way and it's gonna make them speak out. So just take things slow, just explore. There's nothing wrong with doing new things either, especially if they did tell you at the end of the day that they want to be friends for the time being. Like there's your reason for doing what you're doing. But they, like I said, they also didn't expect you to kind of like move quickly. Like that's how it's kind of coming across to them, is like you're moving kind of quickly. Like I hope that makes sense. I hope that makes sense. Okay. See, and if you're saying it like that, it kind of makes sense too, because as far as what you're doing, like I said, it seems like they may have these unrealistic expectations of what they really want. And it seems like they may be doing some self reflecting and soul searching and asking themselves, like, how does this really make them feel if they're okay with it? So like I said, just keep doing what you're doing. Nobody's saying to, like, stop this possible connection with Lucy. We can definitely, like, keep doing what you're doing, trying new stuff, see where it goes. There's nothing wrong with trying new things, and kind of like let them see for themselves what they're missing out, if that makes sense. Because there's nothing wrong with doing new stuff, like I said. But it seems like they're kind of getting like a reality check, as far as, because it seems like they do have some feelings for you, but they're the type of person where they're scared that when it comes to turning a friendship into a relationship, that they're scared it could, not work out, and then you guys lose all of it in its entirety. That's why. It's not like they haven't explored the idea, though. It's just like they're the type of person that is kind of scared to take that chance. No, and then see, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's not a matter of them feeling that way. It's more like they're kind of playing it too safe. Because, there's some people that are like that. Like, they don't want to take a risk because they have these unrealistic ideas of what's going to happen. Like, especially when friendships start turning into relationships. And if they don't work out, obviously, half the time, not half the time, but a good amount of the time, they don't really go back to what they were before that. And that's kind of like how they feel about the whole situation. It's not that they don't have feelings, it's that they're scared to lose what you guys have now. But they also, like, they're feeling some type of way as far as you taking that date out, because they do have feelings for you, but they're kind of scared that if you guys do take it to the next level, that you guys can't recuperate and go back to what you guys are now. So don't feel like they don't like you. It's not like a matter of that. It's just more like a matter of they're in their feelings, and they're pretty much way too much in their head, and they have these unrealistic ideas of what a relationship really is, and they're kind of like scared. But don't take it like that. But that's just like to explain why they're feeling the way they're feeling. So, like, I hope that makes sense, but don't feel the way you're feeling. And thank you for your question, Renee. I hope it makes sense. If you want to, when I do my other readings after you have that date with Lucy, feel free to come back and ask again so we can kind of get an idea of what's going on after that. And thank you, Nikki. Nikki, is that 2? Is that you picking pile 2? I just want to make sure before. Thank you, DT, for letting me know you're here. And thank you, too, Anthony, for letting me know. Okay, pile 2. Okay, pile 2. Alright, Nikki, go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 24. Yeah, Renee, pretty much. That's like the best way to put it, is like the way you're saying it. Because like I said, it seems like they're scared the communication won't be the same if things didn't work out, Yeah, anytime, Renee. Thank you. Okay, Nikki, so for the question you asked, It seems like their intentions towards you, like right off the bat, is already like you have the Ace of Wands, and this is all about like the start, like pretty much the start of something new, exciting times, like overall like new beginnings type of energy and new potentials. So when you're asking, like, let me so okay, so as far as what you're asking, what their intentions towards you and what they want to happen between you, it seems like they definitely want to utilize this connection you guys have because they're very excited and passionate, and it seems like things are starting to heat up and they feel it for they feel that like they're starting to feel like things are heating up between the two of you. So don't be surprised if there's like a lot of flirtation happening, because there's definitely like they're very attracted to you, and this is like potential for like a long lasting relationship to happen. And they're also a type of person that also wants to be like emotionally connected to you too, not just like, you know, not just like they're not just physically attracted to you, if that makes sense. They're also like attracted to the type of person that you are, and they like see that you have a lot to offer. So as far as, you know, what he wants to happen between you guys, this is kind of letting you know that things are heating up, and it seems like they want this to turn into like a relationship type thing. Like they want something that's lasting too, though, not just like something that's real quick, or like, you know, like they're thinking long term, if that makes sense. So just kind of keep that in mind. Like this is definitely like a lot of potential for a new beginning, and especially a new relationship to happen, because they're very attracted to you. And like I said, you can expect things to heat up, because if you guys are in communication, it seems like they may be kind of like letting you know how they're feeling a little bit sooner, like through flirting and stuff like that. It seems like they want more than just a friendship with you. It doesn't seem like, because this card is all about kind of like new beginnings and taking things to the next level, if that makes sense. If this is like just a friendship, if that's all you're looking for, then know that I mean, this can be applied to friendships as well, but it seems like this is heating up, and when things are heating up, is going from like, you know, a friendship to like more than that. But if you just want to be friends with them, kind of look at it as kind of like just being excited, playful type of energy, and also like just admiring you for the person that you are. But if you're looking at this as more of like a, you know, relationship, because this card usually leans more as like potential romance is being in store, if that makes sense. So just kind of keep that in mind, because it seems like things are really heating up as far as the whole situation goes. So like I said, you may expect them to be kind of a little bit more flirtatious with you, and that's gonna how like that's how they're gonna show that they're kind of like wanting things more than just a friendship. Okay, I hope that makes sense. And thank you for your question. Anytime, Nikki. Thank you again. And then next up is going to be Pixie. So Pixie, let me know if you're here. You have to wait, Priya, until it's your turn. It's almost your turn. And then I'm going to close my list because I think my toddler woke up and I have to tend to her, and I have a long list as it is. So I'm going to close my list after. So I'm going to go ahead and add you, Pooja, to the list, and you're going to be the last person I take. Okay, thank you, Pixie, for letting me know you're here. I'm going to shuffle the cards. Pixie, go ahead and ask your question, and then pick a pile between 1 and 3, okay? Okay, thank you, Anthony, for letting me know you're here. And then really quick, hold on really quick. Let me go get my charger because I think my laptop is going to die and I'm using it to stream and it'll turn off. Let me get my charger really quick. Okay, sorry about that. I need to put it on the charger. I only had like 2%. I was about to turn off. Okay, now let's go. You said pile 1. Okay. Okay, so pile 1. Go ahead, Pixie, and pick a card. 1 between 26. Okay, Pixie. So for the cards you picked the Page of Swords. So on top of this, I'm gonna go ahead and roll some astrology dice for you because I can give you some like kind of like it'll kind of give you some deeper insight to the traits that your future spouse will have, so that way you can kind of apply it. You apply it to your situation with because obviously if you're feeling this connection with your ex and you're not really sure, when I roll these astrology dice, it'll kind of give you an idea of who your future spouse is going to be, and if you can apply that to your ex, then it'll kind of let you know that maybe it's them. And if it's not, and if you don't, and if you can't apply it to them, it's not to say that it can't be them, but it's kind of like letting you know that the person that is your future spouse is going to have those traits, if that makes sense. So first, I want to start with the cards you picked. You picked the Page of Swords, and this is kind of like when it comes to this card, and as far as relationships go, I'm not sure if this is exactly the sense between you and your ex, but it seems like there may have been some feelings that emotional needs weren't being met, like like lack of emotional intimacy, if that kind of makes sense. And it seems like there may have been like, avoidance when there was emotional confrontation, or like, situations where things need to be addressed and they weren't exactly being confronted or addressed appropriately. So that would kind of, like make kind of like some discussions a little bit more, not heated, but kind of not getting down to the bottom of things, if that makes sense. So it's kind of like this kind of lets you know, if that was the case, that those only just obviously situations like that just turn into bigger conflicts. They don't really go anywhere. So then before we get into the dice, Renee, so like just so all of you guys know, the numbers, so this is how it works for my readings. I make them personal for you guys by doing it like this. I shuffle the cards, I break it into 3 piles, which is why I ask you guys to pick a pile between 1 or 3. And then depending on the pile you pick, so for example, Pixie does pick pile 1, because there's my whole deck has 78 cards, and I break it up however I feel like it needs to be broken up into 3, but I shuffle it so the numbers are always different. So after I pick the pile, I count the amount of cards within that pile, and then you pick your numbers. So that's why I tell you to pick numbers after that. So like I hope that makes sense. So like when it comes to your turn, just know that's why I reshuffle to get a fresh start, and then you pick a pile, and then depending on the pile you pick, I count the numbers within the pile, and then you pick the numbers. So that's how I make it personal, because you're not right here in front of my face. Otherwise, I would have you pick your own cards, because I like to make it like as personal as possible. Okay, and then Pixie, so then back to like what I was saying. It seems like based off of what's happened before, you kind of have an idea of what you're looking for in a relationship. And as long as you know what you're looking for and what you want, you can definitely achieve that. But you need to make sure that whoever you're with is seeing eye to eye, and that they care to make sure you're heard. But they also, it seems like they may want to be heard, but you need to make sure that they cared to hear you out too. And that's when this future spouse is going to play a part. And then I'm going to roll some dice to kind of like get an idea of when it's going to happen. Because as far as like what I'm getting with the Page of Swords, I'm not getting a specific time when. It's more of like I'm getting like it's going to happen in the spring. Like that's the overall energy I'm getting. But it seems like to get there, you need to address your emotional needs and kind of make sure you're setting standards for yourself that are realistic and attainable, but also making sure that you find someone where your needs are going to be met. And then with as far as who your future spouse is going to be, I'm going to go ahead and read these astrology dice, and then you kind of apply them. Like I said, these are kind of like letting you know the traits and what they hold, so it'll kind of give you an idea of the person behind it, so you can kind of get an idea of who they are. Because you can apply it to this, because if you're saying you're unsure about your ex, like I said, apply the traits I give you to them, and if that's the case, then you'll kind of know that, maybe it is them. And if it's not, then it's kind of like letting you know what this person is going to, like the traits they're going to carry. And that's not to say that your ex can't change, but there needs to be more communication, because it seems like from the previous experiences you've had, there's been lack of emotional intimacy, and there needs to be that in order for there to be like just a sustainable relationship overall. So with the dice, we have the planet, we have Mercury, and that's all about, like I said, like, okay, this makes sense again. So this, like, the person that is going to be your future spouse is going to be very communicative with you. So if you're not getting that now, like I said, make sure you're kind of, like, what you deserve, what you want, what you need type thing, okay? So just make sure you get everything you want out of somebody that's going to hear you out, but also be open to giving you what you want and what you're asking. Because this person is going to be very reasonable. They're going to be, it may even be somebody that you have like a past with. So not to say that your ex isn't possible of it, but just make sure you voice what you really are looking for and what you want, so that way they can make these like adaptations to make you guys get to that next step of being spouses. And then with the traits, this may either mean a couple things. Like I always say, This could either mean you're a Sagittarius, they're a Sagittarius, or they have Sagittarius traits. So this is like, very like, this future spouse years is going to be very like truth-seeking, ambitious. They're going to be very open-minded, so that goes hand in hand with communication. Kind of keep that in mind. They're going to also be very adventurous. They may have a little bit of a lazy side to them, but they're also very smart too. And they also may come off as disrespectful sometimes. So kind of like just keep that in mind. And they also seems like they care about money when it comes to being wealthy. They want to kind of like make sure they leave their mark on the world, if that makes sense. And then we have the last dice is the 12th house. Okay, so like this is kind of giving me the energy that this may be your ex, honestly, because when it comes to the 12th house, this is all about pretty much like your past. This dice always has to do with like your past life, healing, subconscious thoughts, just overall stuff that's gotten you to where you are right now, if that kind of makes sense. But also it has to do with dreams that you have set in stone too. So just kind of keep that in mind. Like, make sure you're listening to your subconscious thoughts too, as far as when it comes to if you want to like, turn this connection back into a thing or rekindle that flame to turn it into like, spouse type energy. It's definitely, there's potential there, because with the Page of Swords, there's like potential for new beginnings, but communication and everything needs to be like the foundations that make it up, sorry, need to be set in stone and taken care of in order for there to be new beginnings. Okay, so just kind of keep that in mind. Like, I hope that makes sense, Pixie does. And thank you for your question. And yeah, Pooja, I'm going to update the list right now. And the next up is going to be Priya. So Priya, if you're here, go ahead and let me know. And hi, Vidhi. Anytime, Pixie does. Thank you for your question, and thank you for being patient. It was a long line today, so thank you guys all. Whoever's here is being patient. Okay, Priya, go ahead and pick a card pick a pile between 1 and 3. So we can find out what's going on. And I'm going to update the list right now after I'm done helping Priya. Okay, now go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 25, Priya. Okay. Okay, hi, Savannah. Okay, Priya. So it seems like, okay, wow, that's crazy. So you picked the same exact card as the previous person. Did you have the Page of Swords here? And this is kind of like letting you know, like, this is kind of like, off the bat, this card usually represents a lot of curiosity and communicative abilities. So it's kind of like whatever your desire is, it's for the taking. Kind of like, so whatever the outcome you're looking for is a yes to. That's like pretty much the best way to put it. So if you want this divorce, the answer is a yes. If you don't want this divorce, the answer is a yes. This is kind of like when this card pops up for a yes or no like that, it's kind of telling you to be confident and whatever you want is going to happen. But it also seems like there is some underlying issues that need to be addressed to kind of get out of this situation in general. Okay, thank you, Savannah. I got that. So is this kind of letting you know that there may be, like I was saying previously with this card, when this card pops up, it seems like there's like a lot of anxious around it, kind of like a lack of emotional intimacy. So if this is something that you want to fix, or you don't want it to be a divorce or anything like that, you need to make sure that you guys are being communicative and receptive on both ends, because if not, it's going to turn into like these little disagreements and conflicts are just going to turn into bigger problems if they're not handled handled properly or appropriately, which is obviously like, when things just aren't working out, not to say like divorce is like the answer, but that could be the answer for some people. So this is kind of letting you know that you guys need to be more in tune emotionally if you're not looking for a divorce, if that makes sense. Because it seems like there may be some emotional confrontations that are happening beneath it all, and that's definitely having that they're feeling some type of way about it, and if they're not, then you definitely are. So kind of make sure that both your guys' emotional needs are being met if you don't want a divorce to happen, because it seems like it's kind of going towards that route. But like I said, also, this yes is usually kind of applies it to what you want. So if you don't want it, then you're not going to get it, but you need to make sure that you're doing what you do. You're doing what you have to do your part to make sure it happens too, if that makes sense. But if you do want, a divorce, then obviously, just be communicative about it. But it seems like it seems like things aren't equal right now, and there needs to be some equality just for you guys to get out of this whole situation where divorce is even the topic, if that's the case for you guys, okay? I hope that makes sense. And thank you for your question, Priya. Okay, I'm going to update the list really quick. Priya, I'm not sure if you speak English or not, because it kind of matters as far as what the yes or no I give you. Because I explained to you already as far as all of that. And it matters too. Like, the explanation matters, not just the yes or no. Did you understand my reading, Priya, or no? Because I told you the answer, pretty much the answer lies within your hands. If you want it to be a yes, then keep these issues. It seems like there's issues between the two of you right now. Then, just be communicative and stop all this, fighting, and just put it to an end. But if you don't want it to be a yes, you guys need to make sure both your emotional needs are being met. Like, if you could rewind it to hear what I had to say. Okay, thank you, Vaibhavi, for letting me know. Okay, and then I'm going to update the list right now. Savannah donated, so Savannah is going to be next. And then after Savannah is going to be Anthony or Tony. And then thank you guys for letting me know who is still here. So Savannah, go ahead and ask your question, and then pick a pick a pile between 1 and 3. Okay, thank you for asking your question. Oh, okay. Alright, let's find out what's going on then. So go ahead, Savannah, and pick a card now between 1 and 26. Okay, 26. All right. You know what? Go ahead and pick one more between 1 and 25 just to kind of get a little bit more insight behind this. All right. Thank you, Tony. You're going to be up next, just so you know. Okay. So the list is still the same. The only difference is Savannah donated to skip the line, so she's up right now. And then next is Anthony, and then Jazz, Alishba. So that's the only difference. The list is still the same though, and I just have to add a few people to it. Okay, so Savannah, back to your reading. As far as, so you have the Temperance card and the Ace of Cups. So this is kind of like, this is more of kind of like, well, first with the first card, it wasn't like a clear cut yes or no. But then with the second card we have here, this kind of tells you that this is like definitely like pretty much like a yes. So it went from being like kind of letting you know that if you're ready to take action, you can do so. But like kind of like letting you know, kind of proceed proceed cautiously, because when you rush and risk take, sometimes if you don't understand the full scope, it can lead to some mistakes with some consequences. But this is kind of letting you know, this is kind of like, this connection is kind of like a divine intervention trying to bring you some balance and harmony. So kind of keep it in mind. This is like a very positive card. And then with the other card you have the Ace of Cups, and this is letting you know that, okay, and that makes a lot of sense, because especially with this divine intervention, this is letting you know this is like a period of time for you where you're attracting new relationships left and right. So like, don't be surprised if this isn't the only relationship you attract, okay? And this is like a very positive time. Like there's going to be a lot of positivity, just overall like joy and like potential for new love and just new beginnings being brought to your life right now. Because like I said, I mean, if this is a divine intervention, this is definitely kind of like your subconscious mind is working on your side type of energy, if that makes sense. And this is also a sign telling you that you need to like open your heart, because the universe is trying to send some stuff your way, okay? So kind of look at this as kind of like an emotional awakening, if that makes sense. And definitely, okay, yeah, that makes some sense too. Yeah, and yeah, definitely, they definitely are obsessing over you. It seems like they want to take this like they see this as like a new romance type of energy. Like they want to take it to the next level for sure. And they definitely feel like there's some intimacy capabilities between the two of you, but they also want to make sure there's some compassion and understanding reached between the two of you as well. So just is kind of letting you know, overall, like I said, this whole period of time right now you're going through is letting you know there's a lot of opportunities for you to grow emotionally, spiritually, and just overall creatively too. So this is the type, like, lastly, this is the type of energy where you need to just use your intuition to make any decisions. Like make sure your decisions are made from your feelings, but also that your intuition is being favored, you know? Okay, see, and that makes sense, because this is kind of telling you, like, trust what your gut is saying. So like, even if that's the case, like, I mean, we're all adults here. Like, you are an adult at the end of the day, like, not to say that cliche age is nothing but a number, but at the end of the day, like I said, trust your gut. And if your gut is telling you, and your intuition, like I said, is telling you like this could be it, there's nothing wrong with exploring it. And especially with somebody older like that, they typically, especially when you talk to somebody older, they typically know what they want, if that makes sense. So, don't necessarily steer away from that, because you are an adult at the end of the day. And like lastly, just avoid over analyzing any situations, which could obviously have to do with the age type thing. Try not to look at it like too closely like that. Like, I mean, even me now, like I'm like 23 and the person I'm with is like 27, you know? But like I said, like they know what they want, you know? So that's all really, at the end of the day, that's all that really matters, you know? Is making sure you're with somebody that's going to treat you right and that they know what you want, you know? Cuz usually like yeah, so this is kind of telling you too, just make sure you're avoiding that over analyzing, okay? Because this is like I said, this is a great period of time for you where there's a lot of new potentials and new beginnings being brought to you. And don't be, like I said, do not be surprised if there's multiple people trying to get your attention, because it seems like, I don't know, the universe is saying this is your time right now, okay? Like, I hope that makes sense. And thank you for your question, okay? No, it seems like he's obsessing over both. Like, they want more than just, like, they don't want one or the other. They want both, if that makes sense. Anytime, Savannah. Thank you again. Okay, and then Tony, I'm shuffling the cards right now, and then you can go ahead and pick a pile between 1 and 3 so we can get into your reading. And I'm going to update the list on the screen really quick. Okay, you said pile 1. Okay, so I updated the list already for everybody, just so you guys can see it. Okay. All right, Tony. So for the cards you have here, you have the Emperor card. This is a great card. So as far as your question is, okay. This is a great card, especially when it comes to like applying it to like financial situations or even in finances the way you're asking. So when applied to finances, this is letting you know that you kind of like you're facing a good financial position as long as you can make sure that you're controlled, disciplined, and like responsible with your money. So this is kind of letting you know, like, you should make sure you just have a clear understanding of where your money's going. You know, make sure if if you have any budgets that are in place, that you're sticking to them, you're putting them in place, and just make sure you're checking on your situation routinely. Because with this card, this is all about hard work and controlling everything that's brought you to where you're at right now. And as long as you can stay on top of things and under control, this means that there's going to this is going to bring a lot of stability and security into your life. So it's kind of like, if you've been doing that now, just keep doing what you're doing. And if not, this is kind of like a sign that you need to be a little bit more disciplined and have some self-control as far as when it comes to money matters. Because this energy is all about someone that's like a strategic, like very strategic and game planning, and who can set out plans that like wants to see them through. And they're also very powerful, you know? So this is kind of like just telling you to make sure you're staying logical and practical during this period of time to make sure your money is just overall being utilized correctly so that it can have the potential and opportunity to grow, if that makes sense. So this is kind of like I said, like, just make sure you're watching where your money is going to, okay? Like, stand firm with your reality, and so that way, you know, your energy could pick up on what you want. Because you know what you put out to the world is what you're gonna get, you know? So I hope that makes sense, Tony. And thank you for your question. Okay, and then next up is going to be Jazz, if you're still here. Okay, Tony. I'm glad you're saying what you're saying. And thank you for being patient as well. Next up is going to be Jazz or Alishba. Let me know if you're here. And then we're going to move along too. So Jazz, Alishba, Mina, Angel, let me know if any of you guys are here. Okay, I'm going to ask one more time. Jazz, Alishba, Mina, Angel, let me know if you guys are here. If not, Sahu, Aditi, Brown, Rebion, let me know if any of you guys are here. And then we're just going to keep moving this line. Okay, Sahu. So, Sahu, okay, we'll go ahead and proceed with you, Sahu. So go ahead and ask your question and then pick a pile between 1 and 3. And then everybody else is just going to have to get squeezed back in when they pop up. Okay, Sahu, now go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 24. And then I'm going to go ahead and roll some astrology dice too, to kind of get a little bit deeper. Okay. Hi, Gurpreet. Yeah, you're gonna go ahead and be the last person to take, Gurpreet. Okay, so let's start with the card first. I just wanted to update the list really quick. All right, so with the cards you picked, you have the Three of Swords here. So, okay, interesting. So, let's put this to like time. So, as far as it seems like when you meet this person, you can expect to meet them most likely sometime in the spring. And that's not to say exactly this spring, but I'm just saying overall the energy is spring type of energy. And it seems like you may meet them during a period of time where you may be feeling like a little discouraged or like betrayed or going through some, it seems like you're going to go, when you're going through a period of unhappiness, like I'm sorry to even say that you're going to go through a period of unhappiness at all, but it seems like they're going to be your breath of fresh air from that period of happiness whenever you go through it. So kind of like keep that in mind. And then as far as who, like, you know, I can give you like some traits. That's why I rolled some astrology dice. It seems like, so let's start with the planet. So with the planet, they're the type of person already off the bat where they're kind of like, this is Venus energy. So just so you know, they're going to be very attracted to you, but also very attractive physically too, it seems like. And they're also the type of person that loves love and isn't afraid to show you and let you know how they feel. And they're going to be like the type of person that's very like very open to compromise, you know, just creating balance for both of you guys, and also being very like the type of person to give you gifts and just luxury items while also being very charming. And then for the sign we have let me see. Yeah, this is Capricorn energy. So this can mean either you're a Capricorn, they're a Capricorn, or they're gonna have Capricorn like traits. So kind of keep that in mind, but just so you know, they're going to be very like strategic, you know, disciplined, responsible, hardworking. They're going to also be very like this is both. This is personality and what they're going to look like. See, so then they may end up being a, like, either like I said, it could either mean they're going to be a Capricorn or they have Capricorn traits. So like I was saying, like they're also going to be very persistent, and they're also like ambitious, and they want a stable type of relationship. So just kind of keep that in mind too, because they're very hardworking. Like they're the type of person that when they have their eye on something, they're going to make sure they do what they have to do to get it done and to achieve their goals overall. And then also, this is like very masculine type of energy, and not in a bad way. It just seems like um their body, when as far as when it comes to their body, it may be a little more like expected to be kind of like muscular, if that makes sense. Okay. And they're all about business too, so not in a bad way, but they like to be in control. So don't be surprised if they're like a very hard worker when it comes to like their career and stuff like that. And then lastly we have the 12th house, and this is all about, see, this kind of makes sense too with the cards you. Okay, see, yeah. So if you're thinking six pack, yeah, like, you know, when you think masculine, that's pretty much what you can like apply that how you deem your definition of masculine, if that makes sense. But it seems like this is the type of person that, you know, they're kind of like, let's just say they take their fitness and their health a little bit further than some do, if that makes sense. Okay. And then with the last dice, we have the 12th house. And this is all about just knowing. No, Mina, you're not skipped, but I was calling for everybody before, so that's why. And then I don't think you were here when I was calling, so that I was moving down the line. We can come back to you after Sahu, because you were before them. So just make sure you're ready, Mina, because I'm going to come back to you after. And thank you, Sahu. So, yeah, Sahu, so just so you know, this is the type of person, like I said, as far as your question is, this is a yes. As far as, like, you know, your after marriage life good, it's definitely a yes. This person is very serious, and they're not just serious with their business, they're serious, like, with the relationship, too. And it seems like you may need to kind of get an idea from past experiences, listen to your subconscious thoughts. And you may, like I said, with that card you pulled with Three of Swords, there may be a period of time where you're going through an unhappy period in your life. And it seems like that's when they're going to come to you. Like, they're going to come to you when you need them the most, if that makes sense. So kind of just keep that in mind. Because when it comes to this is all about them helping you heal and also being there for you spiritually. So just kind of, you know, just keep that in mind, okay? But this is like a deeper connection than just, like, you know, a surface level. Like, they didn't want more than just, like, something that's gonna be here for now. They want something for the long term. Thank you, Vebhabi. So thank you for your question, Suhu. Yeah, just make sure you clear any blockages, and it's gonna definitely open up for you, okay? Thank you for your question. That's good, Suhu. Anytime. Okay, Mina, let me shuffle these cards really quickly. Anytime, Suhu. I wish you the best of luck, okay? Let me shuffle these one last time. Sorry, I have little hands, so I have to like break it in half and then shuffle both of them. Okay, you said pile 3. Okay, Mina, now go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 29 so we can figure out what they're feeling and their future actions. And then thank you, Brown, for letting me know you're here. Your turn is going to be coming up very soon. And then right away I'm going to ask a DT, let me know if you're here. And if you are here, just make sure you're ready, because you're going to be up next. And if not, then Brown, I'll help you after. I'm helping Mina right now, but after that you'll be up next if a DT is not here already. Okay, Mina, so for the cards you have here, you have the 8 of Wands. So this is like kind of interesting. This is all about kind of like this is expecting rapid movement forward. So as far as what you're asking, I'm not sure if this is a potential type of relationship, but typically when this is kind of like applied to kind of like taking action, especially, this is always letting you know that this is like picking up the pace type of energy. Like, this is letting you know that if you're single right now, your romantic life is definitely going to start picking up the pace. And there's a lot of like, okay, then if you're in separation, that kind of makes some sense too. This is kind of letting you know that this is like, believe it or not, there's definitely some surprises in store. But honestly, considering you guys are in separation, we're going to pull one more to kind of get a little bit more idea. Okay, go ahead and pick one more card between 1 and 28, just so we can get a little bit of idea. Because this one is kind of, it typically means rapid movement forward and picking up the pace. But if you guys are in a separation type of connection right now, it'd be helpful to pull another card to kind of get an idea of what's next or where this rapid movement's going. Okay, interesting. All right, so this is a great card actually to follow with that. So, okay, so if you guys are in separation right now, this is kind of like letting you know to kind of look at it as taking a step back from everything. This next card you have is the Four of Wands, by the way. But this is letting you know that there's surprises in store, and these are good surprises. So if this is a connection you want to rekindle, definitely keep that in mind and be open to it, because it seems like this current relationship, whether or not there's contact or not, there's like some frantic energy with it. But this is kind of letting you know that there's a lot of surprises in store, and if you didn't see progress before, you're definitely going to see it coming very soon. And with this Four of Wands, that's like a great card, because that card is all about like overall like kind of coming together and having like some stability and supportive relationships, and like it also like represents like a lot of happiness overall. And like I said, this is also kind of like I said, like surprises. Like this card is also like very surprise type of energy, surprises in store overall again. So this is kind of like letting you know overall, like the foundation between the two of you guys may need to be communicated a little bit more efficiently, and make sure you guys are both being equally heard, because there's definitely some potential for a stable relationship to come out of this. But it seems like this connection between the two of you may need to be strengthened first before it can get back there. With the Ten of Wands, this typically kind of means days. So you can expect, it seems like expect them to definitely contact soon, because usually this means days, and with the 10, it can mean within 10 days or at least 10 days. Give them at least 10 days, but also it's kind of like also before the summer. But it seems like they're kind of taking a step back and getting a fresh, clear mindset before they come back and approach this. But just make sure, like I said, if you want this to get, to really get to its full potential and get to like, taking things to the next step as far as like long term and future, that you guys' relationship is a little bit more stable, and the foundation beneath it all is just kind of addressed more appropriately. And make sure you guys are both being heard, and like both of you guys are hearing each other, and receiving it, like not just going one ear out the other. Like make sure you guys are really listening to each other. As far as their feelings, well, with this type of energy, because usually this energy with the Four of Wands leads to like engagements and weddings and celebrations of love. So you could definitely say that the feelings are definitely intense. But like I said, just make sure that you guys can build a stable relationship on strong foundations, because without that, the relationship isn't going to be sustainable. Thank you, Farheen, for letting me know you're here. Anytime, Mina. Thank you for your question. Thank you, Mina. I wish you the best of luck, okay? Yeah, don't worry. It seems like this stagnant energy is definitely going to be, it's going to be getting out of that phase right, like very soon, okay? Thank you, Destiny, for letting me know you're still here. And sorry, JA, my list is pretty much closed because I still have. And my time zone is getting up there, and my toddler already woke up, so I'm like already, she's already like waiting on me type thing. Thank you, Mina. I really appreciate it. I'm not sure where you guys are at, but like my time zone, it's like about to be 5 a.m. for me. Okay, and then next up is gonna be a DT if you're still here. If I don't think a DT is here though, because I had already asked. So Brown, if you're ready, let me know if you're ready, Brown, and we can go ahead and move on with you. Okay, I'm gonna update the list right now, but the list is pretty much current, the list on the screen. But right now I'm gonna be working with Brown. So Brown, go ahead and pick a pile between 1 and 3 and ask your question. Okay, pile 2. Go ahead now and pick a card between 1 and 22 so we can get that answer for you. Okay. Alright, so it seems like the card you picked is the Queen of Cups. And this is very like, think emotionally in tune and sensitive type of energy. So when it comes to the question you're asking, this is kind of like letting you know that there's definitely there's definitely a chance for a future between the two of you. Like off the bat already, this is like a positive card that's always leans towards a yes. But this also kind of lets you know that as far as like the connection goes, like it's going to be very caring and supportive, but this is also kind of letting you know that kind of like letting you know, like to let your intuition guide you, and that this relationship can be enjoyed very deeply, but you also need to make sure you're kind of like making sure you have some boundaries set in place, because with emotional support, it also requires like emotional labor, and like don't wear yourself out, if that makes sense. Like there's nothing wrong with being caring and supportive, but also make sure that when you're doing it, it's like equal. Like it's like make sure it's like mutual feelings are being reciprocated, like don't wear yourself out. As far as when, this isn't really a good card for like when, but this is with the Queen of Cups, is kind of letting you know you can probably expect it. You're going to expect some type of contact within the month. And the commitment, it seems like it's going to be a little bit slow, because this is the type of person that is very in tune with their emotions, but they also like to make sure things are kind of unfolding slowly so that they get the full and big picture of what's beneath and what this whole connection has to offer, if that makes sense. So just kind of keep that in mind, that this is definitely like a great potential for something to happen here. But we can go ahead and pull one last one to kind of get a little bit deeper with how it's going to go. Okay, go ahead and pick one last card between 1 and 21 so we could get a little bit more insight. Okay, you have the Three of Wands here. And as far as with your question, this isn't like I'm not seeing a third party being here. That's first of all. Like I said, this is somebody that's kind of in tune with their emotions and their feelings. They're not the type of person to really, like, if they're focusing on one person, they're not going to be having somebody else with that. Like, they're the type of person to explore the connection that there is first, and then if it doesn't work out, then they'll go to like somebody else. But it doesn't seem like there's a third party here. But with this other card you have, it seems like that this person is definitely like the type of person that wants to take things to the next step. So honestly, this is like letting you know there's going to be a new phase in your life where this is going to most likely turn into a relationship. So just make sure you create a strong foundation so that the commitment could be like long lasting. So this is kind of letting you know that expect some romantic momentum to be picking up during this period of time. So like I said, it seems like with the cards you have within the month, you should be getting some type of what is it called, like contact. And yeah, there's definite potential of relationship, because the cards you have right here are like signifiers of next stages in a relationship, foundations of a relationship coming to fruition type of energy. But just make sure that they're created on on a strong foundation so that they're long lasting if this is a relationship you want, okay? And make sure you're communicating effectively with them too, because they may be the type of person where sometimes they say one thing, but they may not that they don't mean it, but there may be more to it, if that makes sense. So just kind of keep that in mind, okay? And thank you for your question and for being patient. Thank you, Web Hobby, for letting me know you're still here. Hi, Alishwa. It's okay. Thank you, Brown. And I wish you luck with that connection. It seems very promising. Okay, Alishba, go ahead. We can go ahead and squeeze you back in, because I'm going to make sure I take care of anybody before, because my list is closed for new people, but if you were on the list already, I'm going to take care of you. So go ahead, Alishba, ask your question and pick a pile between 1 and 3. And then after I help Alishba is going to be Rabayon Sajal. Rabayon or Sajal, so let me know. And then if not, Elisa, then you're going to be up. So Rabayon, Sajal, Elisa, I know you're here, so just make sure you're ready, because if they're not ready, Rabayon or Sajal, then you'll be up, okay? And then, okay, Alishba, okay. I'm glad. Okay, that's cool. Okay, so go ahead and pick a pile between 1 and 3, Alishba. Alright, Sajal, you're going to be most likely up next if Rabayon isn't here, okay? Okay, Alishba, now go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 22. Wow, okay. Okay, Alishba, so you got a great card. This is like one of the best cards when it comes to relationships. So you got the Two of Cups. And this card is like I said, it's like one of the most positive cards, especially when it comes to relationships. So this is kind of letting you know this is definitely the start of a mutually beneficial relationship. And honestly, their thoughts about you, just as far as everything from what's happened, they're definitely they're going to make sure they do their best, because it seems like they're going to be putting a lot of communication balance, and just overall they're going to be putting their all into it. Like they like, pretty much, like I'm getting like they like what they saw and they're ready to keep going with what this is, if that makes sense. And it seems like they really want to like they want to take this to the next step with you. They want to make sure this is going to last for the long term. Like they're ready to build, like they want you guys to build each other up together, if that makes sense. So honestly, don't be surprised, but it seems like overall, they're just like I said, there's like a very mutual attraction type of energy, and I feel like you kind of got an idea of what's really like what's capable of being in store by, when you saw them or when this happened. So just like, yeah, you too, okay? And just know that you guys are definitely going to be seeing eye to eye, okay? And it's like a soul connection. And also lastly, they're like you definitely left them feeling like giddy and like weak at the knees, okay? Yeah, good luck with this, honestly. This is like some great energy. Yeah, thank you again, Alishba. Okay, and then I'm gonna ask one more time, Rabbi On, if you're here. If not, I know Sajal, you're still here. So Sajal, you can go ahead and ask your question and pick a pile between 1 and 3. Okay. Okay, now go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 21, Sajal. Okay, so you have the 9 of Wands here. And this is kind of like telling you that it seems like you may be being faced with like some issues right now, or problems, or it seems like there may be like some tough times, or like a, kind of like an ongoing battle with you guys right now. And this is kind of like letting you know that yes, the relationship will get better. You just need to make sure you stand tall, and just make sure you're standing tall and strong right now, because it's kind of like a test of your resilience. And as long as you can kind of like, stand firm and like hold your ground type thing, there's definitely like a brighter side to the situation. Because this is like letting you know that love requires hard work. Like it's not easy. Okay, so like as long as you're willing to, make some room for self-improvement and sacrifice, then the love is going to stay there and it's going to get better. But this is kind of like testing you right now. This is putting you to the test. And as long as you're prepared for it and you can, do what you got to do to show them that this isn't going to deter you or anything like that, then this is going to be successful for you. Okay. So just make sure, you're standing tall and strong. Try not to let it get to you too much. And as long as you're ready to face these challenges and show them that you're not just going to run away when things get hard or anything, like show them that you're willing to adapt and stuff like that. Yeah, like just keep doing what you're doing and make sure there's constant communication and that you're letting them know that you're willing to make adjustments. Because as long as you can do that, it's going to get better, okay? But you just got to make sure you're doing that first. Like, you need to make sure you're giving them some reasons to make this situation better, too. So, like I said, just keep doing what you're doing and let them know that you're not going anywhere and you're open to making adjustments to make this work, okay? Okay, see, and especially if you're saying they haven't, this is like just letting you know, especially with the 9, that you're close to getting out of this phase of them not talking to you. And with the Wands, this is kind of like letting you know too that you should expect them to make some type of effort or to just even respond to you within at least 9 days. But and if not, then expect at least 9 days, because it seems like they're kind of like they need to face that there's challenges too. And if they're not willing to understand and put hard work in too, then the situation isn't going to get better. Like, you guys need to make sure you guys are seeing like eye to eye, if that makes sense. So just kind of give them some time right now to like kind of like cool down and clear their head, but also make sure you're maintaining the communication. Like, let them know you're not going anywhere either, because they do like that, okay? But like I said, lastly, as long as you can keep putting in the hard work in, there's going to be some success for you, okay? So, don't just give up too easily if this is something that you really want to work out. And then thank you for your question, okay? Okay. Thank you, Sajal. And thank you, Elisa, for asking your question. Go ahead and pick a pile between 1 and 3 so we can kind of get some idea of what's going on. Alright, that's good, Sajal. Just make sure, like, let them know where you stand, okay? You gotta show them that you're not going nowhere, so that's good. Anytime, Sajal. Thank you. Okay, pile 3. Okay, Elisa, now go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 28. Five, okay. Okay, so this is a great card. So you got the Chariot card, and when it comes to this card, and overall, like, kind of like, well, first, as far as like, this card is a great card to what you're asking, because this card is always about moving forward in a positive direction and overcoming conflicts. Because this is kind of like letting you know, like, you do have a lot of determination and strength. And this is also kind of letting you know, like, you have the capability to not just gain victory, but to be victorious, as long as you can maintain control of your surroundings. So and especially the fact that you came to this, like, the fact that you can sit here and realize that, you know, you lost your alignment, and that, you know, the fact that you can realize that you need to heal in general says a lot. It really does, because that's showing that you have this focus and willpower that you can apply to your life to make things progress in the direction that they should be, and kind of put things not even just back to normal, but to excel, to, you know, to better yourself and better your direction, and overall move forward in a positive direction and in a positive light. And obviously, like, you know, this means you're gonna probably need some, like most likely there's gonna be some hard work and commitment, but as long as you can do that and remain ambitious, like, you're gonna be victorious. Like, don't give up. This is definitely telling you, like, you have the confidence there, and the fact that you're sitting here acknowledging, you know, that there's issues to begin with is a great start, because this is all about overcoming any obstacles, and like, you have the drive to do it, because like I said, the fact that you're able to acknowledge everything that, you know, has you feeling the type of way you do, that's a great start. And it shows that you have self-discipline and you're able to focus and realign yourself in general. So this is a great card. So just, this is like a great sign letting you know that just remain confident in yourself, do not give up, and as long as you can do that, this is like letting you know that the universe puts situations, like, they may be kind of bad, they may not work in your favor, but it's also testing you, and they're giving you learning experiences so that you can better yourself. And also, not even just that, but this those situations, they just make you stronger. Don't look at it as like they're like, you know, like you're losing yourself or you're losing your alignment or anything. It's kind of like giving you more experience so that you can better yourself and be better prepared for even, you know, not to say worse things, but everybody always ends up going through something that's not in their favor, you know what I mean? So don't try to look at it bad. Just maintain focus, stay confident, determined, and there's a lot of positivity in your future coming your way, okay? So just look at this as learning experiences that were meant to fall upon your path to make you stronger. No, this is definitely, especially if you're saying, like, if you're applying it to your dreams, no. This is like letting you know that you need to pursue the plan that you want. Like, it's just all about reaching for what you want, but just making sure you have, like, you know, a disciplined and like structured type of approach so that it could be attainable. Because you need to take charge of your situation. That's the only way it's gonna get anywhere. But you have to remember that, you know, your mindset needs to align with your goals, okay? So don't think negative. Like, if you think negatively, you're not going to get positivity out of that, you know? Cuz when you're confident, courageous, and you have a drive, it's going to lead you to success. So just make sure, like I said, that your mindset is aligning with the goals that you have, okay? So just, it is time to shift your mindset and realign it with your fullest potential, because you have a lot of potential, whether you can see it or not. But you definitely do have it. Yeah, I'm glad you understand, and I wish you the best of luck. Okay, just remember, like, overall, you just need to shift your mindset, and you're gonna start seeing a lot of change and a lot of progression. And I wish you the best of luck. Okay, and thank you for your question. Yeah, anytime. Like I said, I could see the amount of potential you have. And you're going to start seeing it too, like the progress that it could bring. You just need to shift your mindset, okay? Thank you again. Yeah, anytime. And then next up is going to be Pragati, if you're still here. If not, Farheen, are you still here? Aldona, Tanmoy. If any of you guys are here that I just read off, go ahead and let me know so we can start moving down the list. Okay, Farheen. Go ahead and ask your question and then pick a pile between 1 and 3. Okay. Okay, go ahead now and pick a card between 1 and 30 so we can get an answer for you. Okay. All right, so as far as the answer to your question, you have the Empress here, and this card is all about being very like nurturing. So when it comes to like if they plan on visiting, this is definitely a yes. That's already off the bat. That part's a yes, and it seems like their current feelings right now they're definitely taking like this card is kind of like represents new opportunities and overall like family type of energy, like, so especially if you're saying this separation part, like it seems like they've been going through this reflecting, where they're reflecting on their emotions and the situation like between the two of you, and they're getting really close and ready to kind of, not to say you guys aren't a family, but they're ready to kind of get back to what you guys are and really become a family, if that makes sense. Because this is all about kind of like this is all about being expressive too. So it seems like when you guys do have some communication, they're gonna definitely sit there and talk to you about how the connection between the two of you can definitely get a little bit better and turn into a more committed relationship. Because it seems like, this period of time is really helping them reflect on what, not even just what they're missing out on, but it's showing them and reminding them of what you guys did have before it got to where you guys were. Because this card usually signals that there's like a serious, stable, and more committed type of relationship is in store, and especially when it's applied to a family. Yeah, no, this is definitely like I was saying, when it's applied to a family, especially, this is very loving and nurturing and caring type of energy. So you can expect some compromise, and it seems like once they do see the baby, they're definitely going to be like the momentum is only going to pick up. Like they're going to see what they've been missing out on, if that makes sense. Cuz this energy, like I said, this is like overall this is all about like pointing to love and like working on coming together to like kind of not even just fix things, but to let this relationship kind of flourish and kind of see what it really is. So just kind of like give them some time, but it's definitely going to happen, okay? And it seems like it's going to be very positive when it does happen. Like they're going to see what they've been missing out on, if that makes sense. And that's going to really have them feel some type of way, like in a good way. It's going to make them want to be a better version of themselves. With this one isn't really like a time frame type of thing. Let me see. This one kind of gives off like this one kind of like lets you know like it may take like, the most I can tell is kind of like it may take at least like 30 days. But just expect it when it does happen that it's going to be a very important event. So you can expect it to be kind of planned out, okay? But it seems like it's going to happen pretty soon. I wish you the best of luck, okay? And thank you for your question. Yeah, hopefully that would be great. Especially if it's a birthday like that. That would be great. Just keep doing what you're doing, okay? And just like, manifest it. Just envision them, like him being there at the birthday, like envision it happening like as if it's already happened, okay? Yeah, anytime, Farheen. Thank you for your question. Okay, and next up is gonna be Aldona, Tanmoy, Destiny, if you're still here, Schlock, if you're here, Nids, if any of you guys are here, let me know. Anytime, Farheen. Thank you again. Okay, thank you for letting me know you're still here, Dariana. Alright, so last I'm going to ask one more time is Aldona, Tanmoy, Destiny, Schlock, Nids, Katyani, Kalim. Okay, Destiny, we're going to go ahead and get going with you. So, Destiny, go ahead and ask your question and pick a pile between 1 and 3. Okay, let me update. Okay, Destiny, then go ahead and pick a pile between 1 and 3. Alright, while I wait for Destiny to pick a pile between 1 and 3, I'm going to ask one more time. Is Schlock, Nids, Katyani, Kalim, are you guys here? If not, we're going to go ahead and move on to Vaibhavi after. So if you're here, Vaibhavi, thank you for letting me know you're here, and just be ready, because if nobody else is here before you, then you're going to be up next, okay? I'm doing pretty good, Heather. How about you? Okay, card 11. All right, interesting. So let me reread your question. So off the bat, you got the Knight of Cups, and this is usually like, this is a very positive card. So the answer to your question is already a yes, especially when it comes to like connection type of questions. And this is like, this card generally like overall represents like fruitful relationships, you know, loyalty and happiness and just overall like joy. So they've definitely been feeling the same way you have, just so you know. Because especially when it comes to cups, like any type of cup cards, this is all about kind of like being in tune with yourself, like your, not just your subconscious, but your intuition, your emotions, and then being able to use that so that you can kind of like the best way to say it is um kind of like drawing on how they're feeling to kind of get the vibe of the energy so that they can know how to act next, if that makes sense. So despite this like no communication right now, this is kind of letting you know that romance is definitely coming your way. It may not seem like it, but it seems like there may have been some unrealistic type of, not even just like standards, but it seems like there may have just been some unrealistic approaches, maybe even some standards and just some foundations that were kind of there before, as far as like the type of connection you guys had prior. And they're definitely realizing that nothing's perfect, you know? And they're kind of getting this gentle like reality's kind of like hitting them a little bit, and like kind of like letting them know like there's a lot to offer, and there's a lot of potential, but if you set unrealistic expectations, you're not gonna, it's like it's not gonna get anywhere. And they're starting to see that. So it seems like this person is definitely kind of getting that idea, and they're being more aware with how they were approaching your like the your guys' connection, and they definitely want to change that. Like they're pretty much coming to the conclusion that nothing's perfect, you know what I mean? And they're gonna, and it seems like when they do kind of come back into contact with you, and with this connection, with this card, this is kind of letting you know to kind of not be on your toes, but you may be getting reached out to within the month. Okay, so kind of keep that in mind. Like it may be happening sooner than you think, and it seems like they're ready to get past this idea that relationships are perfect, and kind of face, like just face that you guys have a lot of potential overall. And they're going to be trying to like start over fresh and just enjoy things in the moment, you know, not like keep thinking like everything is perfect and everything has to be perfect in order for it to work out, like that type of energy, if that makes sense. Yeah, see, and that's a good sign too if you're seeing that. Like I said, this, like, especially if you're seeing that, like this is like, this card is letting you know that there's a lot of romance coming your way, and especially when you're asking about them, okay? Because it seems like they're ready to go out of their way to show it to you. It may not happen right away, like outright, but they're definitely working on letting you know how they feel about the whole situation and wanting to overall like reconcile, if that makes sense, okay? So I wish you the best of luck, but like I said, this is definitely gonna, there's gonna be some emotions when it comes down to it though. Kind of keep that in mind. Like it's kind of a good thing though, you know, like it seems like you guys need to communicate overall to kind of fix things, but they're definitely in their feelings right now, if that makes sense. Yeah, anytime. I wish you the best of luck, okay? Hi, JA. Sorry, my list is pretty much closed. It's getting late for my time zone, and I have to go take care of my toddler. So I'm just going to finish up who I'm working with that's left. So I'm going to ask one more time if Schlock, Nids, Kat Yaney, or Calum, if you're still here. If not, Vabe Javi, let me know. I'm pretty sure you're still here because you told me you were. So that way we can get going with you. She's 2, but she'll be 3 in June. Okay, thank you, Vape Hobby, for letting me know you're still here. And hi, Aldona. Yeah, I can take you back after I help Vape Hobby, and then we can put you back, because you were before them. Yeah, they definitely do, Heather, especially her. She's a little handful. Okay, Vape Hobby, go ahead and pick a pile between 1 and 3. Thank you, Heather. You too. Okay, Vape Hobby, now go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 30. Okay, interesting. So it seems like you picked the 7 of Swords. This isn't really a good card to get, especially when if you're asking as far as what they think about you. This is kind of just, they may feel like there may be some dishonesty or like a little bit of deceit. So this is kind of like telling you, and just make sure you're being completely honest. Like, I'm not sure if this was like, kind of like you met them for the first time or anything like that, but it kind of seems like they may be thinking as far as you may be kind of like a little too good to be true type of thing, and they feel like you may be lying about some things, or like there may be a secret that has yet to come out. So this is kind of like just letting you know, make sure you're ready to face any type of situations that come your way, or if they, approach you in any type of way, just kind of be ready for it. Not to say that they are, but it just seems like they're a little suspicious of you for some reason. And this is kind of just telling you to make sure you're like a little cautious, and just make sure that you're not making yourself out to be or exaggerating who you are, because it kind of seems like they may be feeling like you're kind of like a little too good to be true type of energy, if that makes sense. As far as what you should do, this is kind of like just make sure you're staying authentic to who you are. Like, make sure you're being honest, but also, kind of like only answer what's being asked of you, Like, don't speak, not don't speak too much, but try to keep yourself like a closed but open book, you know, like leave room for there to still be questions. Don't present yourself too much of yourself outright, because they may kind of look at it as kind of like you're being a little too like showy, or you're like leading them on or exaggerating who you really are as a person, and it'll kind of make them feel like a little untrusting and suspicious of you, you know. So just kind of like, you know, approach the whole situation a little calmly. Don't speak too much, but like speak enough, you know what I mean? Like, it just seems like so far what they're actually thinking is they're kind of being a little cautious with you, and they think that you may be not necessarily like, I guess, kind of lying, but they just feel like you may be being a little dishonest about some aspects right now. So if you have been, this is kind of like a warning that they're kind of like, you know, onto you. But if you haven't been, just make sure you're careful with how you respond to certain things, okay? Because you could change how they're feeling. You just kind of need to work on how you approach situations or talking or like conversations. Work on how you approach them when they approach you, you know? Like, don't say too much, if that makes sense. Like, not necessarily watch what you're saying, but kind of watch how much you're saying, you know? With this card, this is usually, well, it is the spring right now. So this card usually represents the spring, and it could represent like within the week. So this is kind of like within the week to like the next few weeks, like of what makes up spring. And as far as if they like you, it's, this is kind of like a maybe, but it seems like there's some deceitfulness going on beneath it all, okay? So just kind of like I said, make sure you're communicating as authentically as possible, okay? And I wish you the best of luck. Just make sure you're being true to yourself and you're being like 100% honest, you know? Don't try to like make yourself look better than who you are, because that's not going to get you anywhere, okay? Sorry, okay? You could message them, there's nothing wrong with that, but just make sure you approach it. Don't be too pushy, if that makes sense, okay? Because they're not going to like that, because they're already kind of like a little uneasy from the situation as it is. And I wish you the best of luck, okay? Okay, and next up is going to be Tavone, Princey, Dariana. Anytime, babe, Javi, thank you. So Tavone, Princey, Dariana, Mela. Let me know if you guys are here, and if not, then it'll be your turn, Heather. Okay, Dariana, thank you for letting me know you're here. I'm going to shuffle. Okay, you're here too, Tavone. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and help Tavone first. And then after, you're going to be up, Dariana, so just make sure you're ready. All right, Tavone, I'm going to shuffle really quick. Go ahead and go ahead and pick a pile between 1 and 3. Okay, Tavone, go ahead now and pick a card between 1 and 34. Okay, thank you, Pooja. Your turn should be coming up soon because some of these people aren't here anymore. Okay, card number 2. Okay, Tavon. So for the card you picked, this is a definite yes to the question you're asking. Because this card generally, you picked a star card. This is always kind of like letting you know that there's hope for like a renewal and like healing, and overall, this is kind of like letting you know to stay optimistic because there's peace and new beginnings in store. So, like, definitely expect it because this card, like I said, is all about like just overall, it's kind of like the best way to put it is that as long as you can have like a renewed hope and faith, there's going to be like a lot of new beginnings and new phases, kind of like new opportunities that are going to be bringing and brought in store to you, if that makes sense. So you just kind of make sure your mindset's aligned with it, because the universe is ready to pretty much like bless you with this renewed power and strength, okay? So just make sure you're optimistic about love life, because this is all about, it seems like this is a period where there's a lot of healing from past wounds, and it's time. Like, this is like letting you know that you guys are well on your way, and there's a lot of slowly rebuilding of confidence so that you guys can both move on. Yeah, anytime. Anytime, Tavone. Just know that this whole period of time was a great time to heal. And when you guys come back on this fresh slate, there's going to be like a lot of like as long as you guys can remain communicative and honest with one another, there's a lot of great potential that's going to bring the two of you guys like really close together. So just make sure you keep this sense of hope and optimism like strong, because as long as you can, it's like a really powerful magnet, okay? Yeah, sorry, JA. My list is closed already. I still need to wrap up the readings I have right now. Thank you, Tavone. Love and light to you, too. I wish you the best of luck. And just remain optimistic, okay? Okay, and then next up is Dariana, if you're ready. Okay, I'm going to shuffle the cards. Go ahead and ask your question and pick a pile between 1 and 3. Okay, thank you, JA. Oh, yeah, Aldona. Sorry. Let me go ahead and help Dariana, and then we can squeeze you back in. So you'll be after Dariana, Aldona. I'm sorry. Okay, Dariana. So you said pile 1, right? Or did you want to change that? Okay. Okay, now go ahead, Darian, and pick a card between 1 and 29. Thank you, Heather, for your help. Okay, 19. Okay, so nice. You have the King of Pentacles here. This is a great type of card. So as far as to what you're asking, as far as the feelings and intentions, this is all about, first of all, very like satisfaction type of energy, very ambitious, and also looking for some success. So as far as what you're asking, this is kind of letting you know that they may be the type of person that may be demonstrative of how they feel through more towards like through their actions instead of their words. So like try not to take it too personally if they don't really tell you how they feel, because they're the type of person that they're going to show you how they feel, okay? And they're ready to do that. And this is also letting you know that they take commitment. Yeah, I'm definitely getting they like you, because this is the type of person that takes commitment very seriously, but they're also going to make sure that you understand what they're looking for before they take any steps to take it that far, if that makes sense. And they're also the type of person that's like kind of like slow and steady when it comes to making any type of commitments or, any type of relationships, but that's because they take it so seriously. But just to let you know, if you are looking, or you're like, if like you're with this type of energy and you want this to be a relationship, it is like a very secure and stable type of relationship. It's not just like one that's, something that's just to enjoy in the moment. Like this is a type of person that like they emotionally want it all. Like they want it all emotionally, but they also thinking like long term. Yeah, and that's what they're looking for too. They're like I said, this is something like they want, and they're thinking long term. They're not just like they're not the type of person that just makes commitments with anybody. They're gonna make sure you guys. Yeah, no, they definitely like you in a serious way, but they're also slow and steady about it. It's like, success doesn't happen overnight, but they're capable of doing what they have to do to get there to success, if that makes sense. So this is kind of like I said, they take love very seriously. So expect this connection to kind of like start out slow, and you're going to be able to see how they feel about you and what they think about you more towards through their actions versus their words. So just kind of keep that in mind, okay? And they're also like, it seems like they're going to be like very like they might be very protective of you, of like your connection too. What do you mean by if they, or like he wants to know if things will work out? Like between the two of you, like he's asked you, or what do you mean? Yeah, they care about you. This is the type of person that's thinking long term, like not just for the now. Like they want to bring a lot of security in all aspects, and they're even the type of person that wants a family if you're open to that. Not to say they want a family right now, but they have a lot of traits that make them just an overall like an ideal great partner, a great parent, and a great provider. So I hope that makes sense, okay? But they're definitely looking for long term. They're not just in it for like right now. If this is a connection you want, that's what they want. They want to be a couple. So I definitely see it here. This is like a yes, okay? So if you want that, just be open to that and let it be slow and steady. Like don't rush it, you know? And they do have like a strong material side to them. So just know that they're, like I said, they're like a type of person that would be a great provider when it comes to like financial situations. So just kind of keep that in mind too. Well, it's like I told you, as far as like you're saying that sometimes they get cold with you, they're not really good with expressing how they feel. Like they don't wear their heart on their, like they don't wear their heart on their sleeve. They more like show you how they feel through their actions. So try not to take it too personally, but it just seems like that's just how they are. And like I said, just take it slow. Try not to push them or, anything like that, because they take commitment very seriously. They're not just going to jump into anything, but they definitely do want it and they definitely do see it with you. Yeah. So thank you for your question, okay? And thank you for being patient too. Yeah, and that makes sense because, like I told you, they're the type of person that shows you how they feel through their actions versus their words. There's a lot of people that are just like that. So just try to be understanding of that, okay? Try not to take it too personally. Yeah, honestly, Heather, I couldn't agree more with that, honestly. They really don't. Like, half the time, men really don't express them. Like, they don't express their emotions. They like to beat around the bush or just, like, kind of avoid it, you know? It's okay, Dariana. Okay, I'm glad you understand. Thank you for your questions, and thank you for being patient, too. Okay, and next step is going to be Aldona. Are you ready? Okay, Aldona. Anytime, Dariana. Thank you. All right, Aldona. Let me shuffle. And then go ahead, Aldona, and pick a pile between 1 and 3. Yeah, sorry, Dipti. My list is closed. Thank you, Heather. Okay, Aldona, go ahead now and pick a card between 1 and 24. Alright, Heather, since you're so helpful, I went ahead and just made you like a mod, if that makes sense. So like anytime you're in here, you kind of like, you have a little power to speak up, Yeah, anytime. Thanks for being helpful. Okay, Aldona, so for your general reading, you have the 5 of Cups here. And this card is all about, like, This is kind of letting you know that if there's any type of situations that may not have gone as planned or turned out the way you expected them to, like to kind of get rid of overall, like just get rid of any type of emotional baggage you may have right now. Like even if you're feeling let down, or if there's just like something that that's been on your mind that you haven't been able to shake off, this is kind of telling you like now's the time to let go of what hasn't worked out and move on from it. Because if you stay in that type of mindset, you're going to miss out on the new joys that the future is here to offer you and what potential is surrounding you. Like it seems like you may be focusing on missed potential or opportunities, and you're not seeing that there really is still potential and opportunities surrounding you, but you're not paying attention to it because you're too kind of like focused and held up on what you may have missed out on or what you may miss out on. So apply that to every aspect as far as, when it comes to like, if it comes to love and, if you're in a relationship or anything like that, this is kind of like telling you too that, not everything is at a loss right now. Like overall, like there's still things that are salvageable and things are capable of surviving, but you need like, this is kind of like, it's time for you to bring out the seed of hope and kind of explore the underlying factors and kind of look at everything as like a learning experience and see how you can fix or change situations to better like accommodate you and to get you to where you want to be. Because there's a lot of things, like just so you know, there's a lot of things for you to look forward to. So try to shift your mindset and make sure it's aligning with that. And like I said, there's a lot of changes that may be surrounding you and they're hard. Like nothing is easy, but they're like they all have a learning opportunity to offer. So just keep that in mind. And also make sure that don't be afraid to like put anything to the side if it's not serving you or if it's not benefiting you or getting you to where you want or need to be. Like kind of take a closer look at your life right now and make sure that you're focusing only on things right now that are going to better your situation and help you progress, not kind of like hold you back, if that makes sense. And just like I said too, make sure you're learning from any type of experiences you've endured. Don't be held up on them. Like learn from them to better yourself, okay? But there's a lot of like expect a lot of changes, but you need to shift your mindset for these changes to open up to you. I hope that makes sense, Aldona, and thank you for your question. Like, okay, as far as this question you have, things are going to happen, new things are going to happen in your life as soon as you can shift your mindset. So I can't give you an exact time, but you need to make sure that your mindset is aligning with what you're asking for. Because it's definitely like, it seems like you may be, like I said, you may be focusing on the more negative side of things versus all the potential around you. So as soon as you can focus on what the world really is and has in store and just what's surrounding you and it kind of open yourself up, then you're going to see a lot of changes, okay? Yeah, thank you again for your question, Aldona. Okay. Mela, are you still here? If not, then Heather, you're going to be up right now. I'm going to shuffle these cards really quick and give like Mela like another like 10 seconds. If they don't respond, Heather, then we could just go ahead and get started with you. Okay, Heather, we can go ahead and move on with you. So I'm gonna shuffle these one last time, and then you can go ahead and ask your question and pick a pile from 1 to 3. Overthink while you wait. Okay. All right. All right, let's break this up. You said pile 3. Okay. Go ahead now, Heather, and pick a card between 1 and 25. Okay, go ahead and pick one more between 1 and 24. Because this is a pretty good card, but I want to get a little bit more insight. Okay. Okay, interesting. All right, so with the first card, you have the 3 of Pentacles, and with the second card, you have the 6 of Swords. So let's start with this first one. So with this first card, this is all about like overall coming together and sharing goals. Like overall, like think like teamwork type of energy, like collaborations, feeling like a team type of energy overall. So if this is like a connection or a relationship, it seems like you guys may be, or it seems like, well, as far as how you said their feelings towards you, it seems like they may be feeling a little bit more curious to learn more about you so that your guys' trust can get a little bit deeper, and that so that the future that you guys have together can kind of be brought out and kind of get like this idea of where you guys stand and where the future can, what the future holds for the both of you. And then depending on the type of energy that yields, developing plans for it. And if you're single, this is kind of letting you know that love is definitely coming your way. And then it also seems like if there's been some communication between the two of you, they've been very like feeling very like supported, if that makes sense, and kind of like they feel like this potential for a harmonious balance to come out of us, like the situation between the two of you. And then with the last card that we have, the other card, we have the 6 of Swords, and this is all about kind of like, this is like inviting you. I don't know if this is on your side or their side, but if there's anything holding you back from like, moving forward with this, don't let anything hold you back. This is kind of like not even just that, but it could also represent like letting you know that there's a like this is a period of time where you guys are going to be moving forward into like calmer waters together. And this is like definitely represents like a transition of some kind. So if this is, like I said, if this is like a connection that's kind of like in the works, just know that this is definitely moving on to something better for the both of you guys. Yeah, this is great energy. Okay. Okay, and that's good then. Okay then. So if you're saying you're in no communication, then that makes kind of sense, because it seems like there may have been some type of like it seems like there's like a desire to put that in the past and to move forward towards like an unknown territory, but like knowing that it yields a bigger, brighter future. Yeah, thank you, Heather. I hope that makes sense. Let's just kind of like just like look at this as a welcome sign, okay? Thank you. I'm glad you do, Heather. And thank you for all your help too. I'm going to keep you as a mod. So anytime you come in here, just know you kind of have some like power, okay? And thank you for your help and for your question, okay? Thank you, Heather. I appreciate you too. Okay. Hi, Pooja. Let me make sure, Pooja, first. Hello. If you're still here, let me know. And I'll help you after Pooja. Okay, Pooja, let me shuffle one last, like, couple times really quick to get, like, a fresh start. Okay, you said pile 3, card 4. Interesting. Go ahead, Pooja, and pick one more card between 1 and 23. Just so we can kind of get a little bit deeper, because this first card you have the Devil card, and that card can be a little misleading. Okay. That kind of makes sense. Okay, so with this, so with the first card you have the Devil card, and with the second card you have the Six of Swords. So as far as the Devil card, it seems like there's definitely some temptation there, but there's also kind of like some constraint, and they're kind of being held back from being the best version of themselves while also being true, if that makes sense. So I can kind of see what you're saying as far as running away from their feelings. Yeah, because it seems like, yes, like as far as a physically attracted, it seems like they are, and they're not running away from their feelings, because there's a lot of like overall the energy, the beginning energy that comes from this is like temptation overall, but it also seems like they don't want to take this risk of having fun. Yeah, I mean, it could work for that too, but it also seems like they don't want to give you the wrong impressions either. And overall, it's kind of like if they're going through that right now, especially with their career, they may be feeling a little stuck or trapped right now, and that could be why the Devil card is popping up. So as far as if he will ask you out or not, it's kind of like he needs to get out of this sense of feeling trapped. and kind of let go of what's holding him back, because it seems like his current situation is all of all that's on their mind at the moment right now. They're not really, it doesn't seem like if you want a new beginning or new changes, you have to be open to releasing like the baggage, and you have to be open to making the change and be open to transition, if that makes sense. So it seems like, as far as if they'll ask you out, there's potential for them to ask you out, but they need to kind of fix it. It seems like they're more focused on their situation and their career right now than they are about having a relationship, if that makes sense. And they're carrying like a lot of baggage right now, and soon enough they're going to leave all that behind and move forward, but it doesn't seem like they're ready to yet. Like they don't like they yeah, exactly. So if you want to wait, that's not a bad idea. It's just kind of like right now they have this heavy weight on their shoulders, and they're kind of going through their life right now trying to get rid of what's no longer serving them, so they could decide what they need to take with them and what they can leave behind, so that they can become a better version of themselves, and also just kind of become who they really are, because it seems like right now they're focused too much on the negative side of things, and this is kind of like letting them know that they need to let go of what's holding them back, so that they can change their situation and change their future. So there's definitely potential for the later for them too, but just let them move on from everything. So if relationship and like the past relationship, their career, just it seems like they need a mental shift. Yeah, see, and if you're saying they confess to being physically attracted to you, that makes sense, because I told you, like in the beginning, with the devil card, that's like a temptation card. They're very tempted. Well, see, and that's why, because if they're saying stay away from you, that just means that they right now they're kind of working on themselves first. They don't want to. It seems like even with their past relationship, there was something that kind of like made them feel trapped, and they went through some stuff, and they haven't fully let go yet. So they're not really ready to open themselves up and get into something right now. It's kind of like they're working on themselves right now, so they could be the best version of themselves. So that when they are ready, they're not being unrealistic, or they don't want to take out the past frustrations on the previous relationships with who they get into with next, okay? Yeah, like they're definitely done and over, but they're kind of like using this time right now to focus on themselves and better themselves before they put themselves back out there. So if you want to wait, I mean I could suggest it'd be a great idea for you to wait, and just let them know that you're respectful, and let them know you're respectful of their time, and that you're hearing them out, and let them know that you're on their side, that you want them to make sure that they're in a great headspace, that their situation is taken care of. Honestly, the best advice I can give you is just make sure you're supportive, but don't be too pushy, if that makes sense. Like, kind of let them know you're there, but don't try to back off the feelings talk a little bit. Let them get their situation, like as far as career and everything, back in a better light. And once, I'm pretty sure they're going to communicate that with you, and once you get that idea from them, then you can kind of take it back to that, like this communication talk, or the relationship, or even just taking things to the next level, because they're definitely tempted to, but it seems like right now they're more worried about focusing on themselves right now, and making sure their head is like pretty much clear and free before they get into anything. So if you're doing that already, just keep doing what you're doing and showing them that you're not going anywhere, because they're going to be like appreciative of that, okay? Yeah, okay. I see what you mean too. Yeah, and that's why then. So like, especially if you want something like that, then definitely, like I said, don't be pushy and don't try to rush it, because they might try to not use you, but they might just take it to that just to kind of clear their head, and you don't want that. Like, let them focus on themselves, so that way they can get an idea of what they really want. Yeah, thank you for your question, Pooja. I wish you the best of luck, okay? Thank you again, Pooja. Just remember to just stay patient, okay? Stay optimistic about it too. Okay, and then next up is Vidhi. I don't think Vidhi is here anymore though. So Gurpreet, if you're ready to go, I'm ready for you. Let me just shuffle one last time. Okay, Gurpreet, go ahead and ask your question and pick a pile between 1 and 3. Okay, now go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 21, Gurpreet. Okay, 12. Go ahead and pick one more, Gurpreet, between 1 and 20, just so I can get a little bit more insight. Alright, interesting. Alright, interesting. Okay, before I answer this, just because these cards can be a little easily, like, let's just say easily misconstrued. So, before I answer and kind of read to you what they are, is this like a connection that's an aspiring connection? Like, like it has yet to be a relationship? Is it like a friendship? Or are you guys kind of like exes? Is pretty much the best way to put it. Because with these cards you pick, the interpretation definitely matters depending on the type of relationship it is. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, so then let's get started with the first card. So for the cards you have, the first card you picked is a Justice card, and the second card you picked is the Eight of Cups. The Eight of Cups is the one that's kind of like a little tricky, but not really. But that's why I was asking more or less, because that one can be easily misconstrued. So with the first card, we have the Justice card, and that one is like overall like letting you know that as long as you've been putting any effort, like as long as you've been putting the effort and time, energy, that is deserving, that they find, it seems like they have been noticing like this potential for a commitment and like potential for a romance to be here. This is kind of like a sign that love, like not even just romance, but love is coming your way. Because this is like with the Justice card, it's all about everything you give is what you're going to receive back. So as long as you've been, kind of like just loving, supportive, generous, communicative, then your relationships are pretty much a mirror. It's like it's going to be a mirror of what you've been giving. So as long as, like, as far as what you're asking to, if you're saying their true intentions towards you, it seems like they definitely feel like they've been attracting you, if that makes sense. And they kind of have this, they're kind of getting this mindset too, where they're kind of realizing that, this is like a cause and effect type of situation where depending on how they act is gonna like result in a certain effect on the whole relationship overall. Thank you, Heather. You have a good day too. And thank you for all your help again. So it seems like I was saying, group, we kind of like, they're understanding that there's like some room for compromise and adapting to be made. And it seems like that might be needed right now. And they're kind of understanding that they may not be giving you necessarily like enough. Like not necessarily enough, but kind of like they're giving you they're not giving you enough as far as when it comes to what they're receiving. Like it seems like they're realizing that you may be giving more than they are. And this is all about them realizing if they don't treat you fairly, that you're not going to treat them fairly, or like they're kind of scared like that's what's going to happen. Hi, Lisa. No, I don't have a pendulum. I was going to get one soon though, because I was thinking about including that in my readings. But Gurpreet, this is kind of like letting you know too that they definitely do see that there's some compromise and understanding that needs to be made. And it's like it seems like it's more on their side, because it seems like there may be some frustration as far as how you're feeling when it comes to like understanding what they're really feeling, if that makes sense. Because it seems like they're kind of coming to this conclusion overall that as long as the issues, or not even just issues, but as long as they can understand that they need to be more honest and just communicate more overall. Like they need to be more communicative with you, that this relationship has the potential to like prosper and like thrive. And then with your other card, yeah, I'll definitely look into that, Elisa, because I was already thinking about that. So I'll be looking into that, and then come back anytime you want. I usually do a free reading every week, but sometimes I'll squeeze in an extra reading throughout the week if I have time for it. So just come. That's why I ask, like, for you guys to be subscribed, just so you guys can come back and ask when you guys want during the week. So feel free to come back when I have another day open. Anytime, Lisa. Thank you. Yeah, Gurpreet, I can definitely see that, because it seems like with this other card you have the Eight of Cups, and with that card, that one is all about like trying to escape some like emotional situation, like overall having like some, it's kind of like, it seems like they're ready to walk away, but they're not ready. It's like they need to walk away from this mindset they have so they can see the change and transition in front of them, because it's time, but they're not really doing it yet. And that's why I was saying this card can be like easily misconstrued, but it seems like they're doing a lot of like soul searching, if that makes sense. And overall it typically means they have like some type of like abandonment issues, and that could explain why they're not ready to open up yet, if that makes sense. Because it just seems like they're scared, like to the point where, they've opened up in the past and it never really goes their way. So it's like they're taking the time to look honestly within and look honestly at this whole potential between the two of you before they open up, just because it's not like they feel like you're gonna do them wrong, like they've been done wrong before, but like they're just kind of scared, like they've been through some stuff. It seems like they've had some unhappy relationships in the past, and they need to walk away from that so that they can get out of this mindset and change and become who they really are. When you say, did he love you, like, are you asking if it's like a right now thing, or you're asking, like, you're asking if they love you right now, or what exactly are you asking? Okay, right now, let me go ahead. I'm going to get like a fresh start, and then we'll go ahead and I'll let you pull one last card since you're the last person I'm helping. Plus, I appreciate you for being so patient. So I'll answer this last question for you. So go ahead, group, pick one last pile between 1 and 3, and then we'll get this last answer for you. Now go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 24. Okay, so for this last card we have the... Okay, nice. So we have the 10 of Pentacles. And typically when this card comes up, as far as when it comes to like a yes or a no, this is definitely like a yes. And this kind of represents overall like setting strong foundations, and this is also letting you know there's a lot of presence and potential for stability, prosperity, and overall like just healthy relationships and success, okay? So just honestly, just be patient with them, because it's kind of like this is like very satisfying type of energy, and it's also letting you know like this relationship is definitely going to yield a lot of like abundance, and once you guys can get past this, like, kind of like this little issues with as far as like them kind of like not being as communicative as they should be, there's gonna be like you guys are gonna definitely overcome that, and there's gonna be a very strong foundation that's gonna get set from that. So just keep kind of like just be patient with them, and just keep in mind too that they definitely are seeing like long term with you, but they need to, like I've said before, they kind of like, you need to like help them get out of their shell and like let them learn that they can trust you and be open with you, because with their past experiences, they're kind of taking it slow. But it seems like with this card, this is like long-term success type of energy, so they're definitely going to get out of that mindset as long as you can prove to them that they should, if that makes sense. So I wish you the best of luck. Just make sure, you aren't, not to say you're pushy, but just, don't be too pushy. Give them some time. And let this time show them that you're not going anywhere, you know, that you're here to build a strong foundation for the both of you guys, okay? Because I definitely saw that their past is kind of playing a big factor in why they are who they are now, if that makes sense. So don't let it get to you, you know? Sometimes when you've been hurt a lot, it's hard to really get out of that. And it's not even like it's because you're not over the person. It's more like, you know, you're just scared of getting hurt again. So be patient with them. And they've noticed how patient you have been. So as long as you can, like, be patient and keep showing them who you are, they're going to keep appreciating that. And it's going to definitely go somewhere. And I wish you the best of luck, okay? Anytime, Group Read. Thank you again for being patient. Okay, and this is the last call for anybody that may have missed. Like, let me see. Bezra, Ashima, Adam, Aditi, Jazz, Rebayon, Pragati, Tanmoy, Shlok, Nids, Katyeni, Kalem, Princey, Vidhi, or hello. This is like your last chance. So if any of you guys are here. Hi, hello. Okay, hello. You just made it before I clicked off. Okay. It's okay. I'm just glad you made it before I did. Okay, hello. Go ahead and ask your question and pick a pile between 1 and 3. No worries, hello. Okay. Go ahead now and pick a card between 1 and 24. Hello. Okay, hello. So it seems like the card you picked is the 4 of Pentacles. So typically with this card, this is kind of telling you that to kind of get your head out of this feeling like you're like, not that you're capable, but get your head out of fear of loss, if that makes sense. It's kind of like saying that you may be kind of holding on too tightly to not just money, but certain possessions that are kind of restraining you from really enjoying yourself, if that makes sense. Like it's kind of like it seems like, yeah. See, so it seems like this year, if you haven't already, it seems like this is a type this year you're going to definitely be more successful in accomplishing more of the goals you have. And it seems like while as long as you can kind of keep that in mind and do that, you're definitely going to have like yeah, see, you need to kind of get rid of that because nothing is going to change if you keep worrying more than enjoying. Because it's like your chance to churn, like to churn that, to kind of churn that leaf and kind of like live, not just live in the moment. Because obviously it does matter if you're paying attention to things that that aren't serving you, or that aren't gonna benefit you. But you just kind of need to know that it's also not healthy for you to sit there and be fearful either. Like I'm getting that you shouldn't be fearful. As long as you can sit here and get rid of all that, you're going to start seeing a lot of success open up to you. And not even just success, but this success is going to bring you some wealth in the process. Like you're going to definitely see some money coming in with it. But you need to kind of shift your headspace and your mindset to align with what you're asking for, if that makes sense. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Because I'm getting to, like, you're kind of like protective of what, not just what comes your way, but of everything that you've managed to accumulate, type of thing. So, like, obviously, you tend to hold on to what you have because, you did work hard for everything that you have had. But it's like you're also making yourself a prisoner, if that makes sense. And that's kind of why you need to get away from this mindset. Yeah, see, and especially because I'm getting that too, that you have a lot of potential. But as long as you keep being fearful and keeping yourself prisoner with this mindset that, kind of like safe is better, it seems like overall you just need to take some risks because there's no reward if if you're spending too much time attempting to kind of like conserve everything and being fearful. It's not going to better your situation. You need to be like, try not to be afraid of putting, one foot out the door and taking some risks to get you to where you really want to be, because it's not going to hurt you. It's more like it's going to benefit you and teach you some learning experiences. Yeah, no, this is like telling you, not that you've taken a risk, but it's telling you to, like, don't be afraid to take risks to better your situation, if that makes sense. Hi, Chachu. Sorry, my list is closed right now. And hi, Schluck. If you're ready, Schluck, I can help you after hello, because I'm helping any people that were on the list prior, but after that, my list is closed. But like I said, hello, like I said, just kind of get out of this fearful mindset, okay? And once you do, you're gonna overcome. Like this year's gonna look a lot better for you. You have a lot of potential, okay? Hello, just kind of embrace that, okay? And don't, like I said, don't be afraid to take some risks. Okay, Schlock, are you still here? Okay, good. Hello. Feel free, Chachu, to come back in a couple or a few days when I do another free reading live. But my list is closed right now. I'm just taking care of anybody that may have like missed their turn pretty much. Thank you. Hello. You have an amazing day too. Schlock, I'm gonna wait about 30 more seconds to see if you're still here or not. And then if not, I'm just gonna pretty much end this stream. And then I'll be back with another free reading in about a few days, most likely. Okay, I'm gonna ask one last time if there's anybody in here that may have missed their turn, such as Bezra, Ashima, Adam, Farheen. Or no, sorry, not Farheen. Sorry. Okay, so Bezra, Ashima, Adam, Aditi, Jazz, Rabaon, Pragati, Tanmoy, Schlock, Nids, Katyeni, Kalem, or Princey or Vidhi. I'm gonna wait about 10 to like 30 seconds and see if any of you guys are still here. Thank you, everybody that stopped by, and I'll be back in a few days for more free readings. Thank you, guys. Have a good rest of your day.